day that I die, ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Every day of my life, man, I gotta stay 100. That's just how it is when you coming where I'm from. Hey man, I rock my own clothes with my name on my shirt to let everybody know the L is the same and the B is for Blizzle. Yes, I make it snow, but just keep that on the lizzo. My bloodline is filthy, most of us is criminals. The jack of all trades, but the master counting decimals. Sticky situation, so I keep my heat accessible. I'd rather your peeps than my peeps looking pitiful. It's crunch time. Hey man, I do this for y'all. Just in case you didn't know it, man, I die for my dogs. My only fear is counting too much money. The same cats that help me get it might try to take it from me. My deepest fear is goons pulling up beside me, ready to lick shots, pop, pop, and try to blind me. I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I came from a family where females were go-getters. Granddad was an alcoholic, grandma was a bootlegger. Hey man, that's where I got my hustle. Plus my Aunt Julia was never scared to bust ya. And Uncle Dan, he was a fool. He didn't care about too much. You smoke, you too. Taught us that drug dealers didn't last too long. That's why I put my all into each and every song. I see death around the corner. Lord knows, where will I be without Joanna? She helps me focus and keep my eyes on the prize. Man, your boy been hunted. Man, I put that on my life. And I'm just trying to live right. I know goons that was killers that committed suicide. One thing's for certain, two things for sure. You can take my breath away, but I'll never sell my soul. And I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100.
Yo, 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 peace and love, everybody, man. It's your boy, Opening Knowledge, OTK. Yo, check it, man. It says open panel, but I'm gonna start it off with something maybe to start a discussion, because the last show I did on the Black Confederates, who they didn't talk about. So when we talk about the Black Confederates, and then we talk about the Civil War, they say that they was trying to stop slavery in the South. But then when you hear a story about people who look like us that was called Black Confederates who was fighting, it makes you say, hold up. Damn, from what we was taught in history, all these people supposed to have been enslaved. So well, how is they fighting? But then the story up north is that all the enslaved so-called Africans was able to gain their freedom by fighting. Okay, so if that's the story up north, and up north was trying to free the slaves in the South, which slaves was y'all trying to free? That's what we got to think about. You feel me? But I got a good show today, man. I got a great start to it. Let me go ahead and finish this introduction real quick, man, and we're gonna get straight into it, man. Man, shout out to all my American Indian chiefnesses.
Yeah. What it look like, man?
Let's, you know what it
Real,
is.
man. I feel the same way you feel.
Word.
I just don't want to
I
rush,
can't
man.
tell.
I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest point? Let me know.
Then whether, you know, know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
Like, just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. I got you. I got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
See, you don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after, so all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life, well come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug, well come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it goes to me. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, so we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
Say you like me, is what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize, I need you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take these flights. You know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can buy. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool, with my tool, lock it down, just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you gon' do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
Yeah, man. Hey, man, y'all already know, man. I hope y'all told somebody out there that y'all love them. Somebody, someone, or something, because they need it. Shout out to the armed forces, man. Those who served before, the vets, those who are serving now, and those who are planning on serving, man. Appreciate y'all, man, because in this land that we in today, we can walk outside and choose whichever. We have free will. I sum it up in a whole. It's just free will. Appreciate everybody for coming through, man. You already know, man. And one thing I like to do is I like to give a shout out to where we came from. And I know when we got into some forms of religion, the woman kind of lost her place on the throne next beside the man. Us as American Indian, it has to be balanced. Us as American Aboriginals or whatever, it has to be balanced. You can't have one without the other. in order to be part of this creator life. Because you got some who, you know, never create because they're not matching up to who they would. You know what I mean? But it definitely takes a type of a bond in order for it to happen. So that's why a brother like me, I was raised by my mom, my aunts, you know what I mean? My uncle and boy, they wasn't there. They wasn't around. The streets them was there. They helped me out with the rest of the manhood, but Papa wasn't there. So man, my grandmama, gangster mama, all them boys there, you know what I'm saying? Aunties. And I'm gonna tell you, man, being the only child, I can say my mom did a damn good job. And in order to have a warrior like me, I had to come from somebody like this.
Shout out to the mama chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'm an enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of a voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on at your game and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Big Mom's apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just wanna thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
Man, shout out to all the Mama Chiefs them out there and the Grandmama Chiefs and so forth and so forth. Without you, there is no us. You feel me? You know how the old saying go, well, I know up in the South, the boy be like, mama's baby, daddy's maybe. You know what I'm talking about? Nah, I'm just tripping, man. But yeah, man, shout out to all the Mama Chiefs, man. Let me go ahead and give shout out to everybody out here in the environment. Y'all make sure y'all go like, share, and subscribe to all these channels.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it thousand. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it thousand. Slow mo.
Man, peace and love, man. Let me give a shout out, man, to my brother Not Shit, man. Peace to my good brother Not Shit, man. Always. The walking sources, what they call him. P. Moses. Peace and love, man. Hey, Chief, you already know, man. Peace and love to you, man. Hotepsu, peace and love to you, my good brother. You know what I mean? Always welcome to hit the panel and all that, man. Big Dog Philly OG, my OG. You know what I'm talking about? Gave me a part of the blueprint to help my show get to where it is now. Shout out to him. Shout out to BAP too for that, man. You know what I'm talking about? Ain't no worry, man. What up though? What's going on? Ghetto Child Clinic. You already know. What's up, kinfolk? Jay the Greatest. What's happening? Hey man, peace and love to all y'all, man. I'm gonna drop the link in a second, but let me see. Yeah, let me go ahead and play let me play this first because when I left off with the Confederates in the South, it was about uh slaves getting free in the South. So y'all remember when I told y'all that the North was losing? So they started bringing in help. See, I don't like to say things, you know what I mean, in the mix, and when we start talking, you know what I mean, in the mix of a conversation. And there's other people on the panel and stuff like that. I don't like to pull stuff up and just interrupt the rest of the other people's thoughts. So I wait till later because what I say, I got something to back up what I say. So this right here, what I'm showing y'all is called Fighting for Freedom. And this is on PBS. The little known story of Muslims and the Civil War. So in case y'all didn't know, it was a lot of Muslim influence inside the Civil War. But the Muslim influence was coming mostly from up north. And the reason why I say they was coming from up north is because most of the stories that we hear about them are up north. We look at it today. Where's the strongest influence of the Muslim or the Muslim organizations? Midwest or up north? So I'm going to give you the precursor to the Moors, to Garvey with the Mohammedism, Farad, the same kind of teachings like when Farad would have came on. This is what he would have been on. Farad would have been on Mohammedism too. Yeah, so I'm gonna just show you some early influence. And I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna show y'all that one of the Muslim who got painted, one of the famous Muslims who got painted. But this story right here is real detrimental to me because when y'all listen to what happened, you know what I'm saying, and what was going on during this time, it's gonna make y'all say, damn. And we got to look at things at a whole nother difference. And now we got the research again. So it's just something to make y'all say, put something on your mind. You know what I'm talking about? So let's go.
Civil War.
My fault. I'm trying to get it all the way to the beginning, y'all. All right.
It's hard to imagine now, but 160 years ago, Northern Virginia was the site of some of the most brutal battles of the Civil War. Among the Union soldiers who fought here in May of 1864 was a Muslim man, a recent immigrant from Afghanistan named Mohammad Kahn. Why he would risk his life here and what happened next is described in his military records, recently discovered in the National Archives in Washington, D.C. immigrant from Afghanistan named Mohammad Kahn. Why he would risk his life here and what happened next is described in his military records, recently discovered in the National Archives in Washington, D.C.
I've pulled tens of thousands of files over the years. This is probably the only, if not among a handful of descriptions of Islam in a Civil War document. That's what really struck me. And I was like, this is gold.
The Civil War was a turning point in American history.
Hey, y'all, this is definitely for all informational purposes, man. And it's just to put something on your mind. You know what I mean? Shouts out to the people at PBS and shouts out to this sister right here who did the research and who did the first work, who did the groundwork to go and do all of this, man. Appreciate her. So let me back it up real quick. Let me show her name. Damn, I wanted to catch her name real quick. Come on, stop it. Come on, my fault, y'all. Let me. I wanna make sure I give my. Okay. Right there. All right. All right. So that's her name. But I want to make sure everybody get her name. Sir Drop, what's going on? So let's get on in with it. Let's go.
The Civil War was a turning point in American history. It preserved the Union and ended slavery. 3 million men fought.
All right, y'all. I hope y'all got y'all mind thinking on, because y'all got to take mental notes now. It was to preserve the Union. So to preserve the Union, that means the Confederate States was like, yo, we can no longer be a part of this. Like, you know what I mean? But we ain't even part of this anyway. How y'all just gonna say we part of the Union? We got our own lifestyle here in the South. All right, let's go.
750,000 died. In November of 1863, Abraham Lincoln came to Gettysburg and delivered his most famous speech. In 2 powerful minutes, he spelled out the meaning behind the sacrifices the war demanded.
Lincoln put it all together in the Gettysburg Address. It went down right to the core values of the founding of the nation, that all men are created equal.
The Civil War, it was supposed to have decided the fundamental question at the heart of what America was going to be: guarantee life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all citizens of the United States.
Some people might think of the Civil War as a war brother against.
All right. Notice the key word and how he broke it down. All of us are created equal. And he just didn't put the and, but it was supposed to be and citizens of the United States, meaning immigrants who can now get back and forth. So the heart of what America was going to be. Let's go.
Guarantee life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all citizens of the United States.
You see how he had to pause? For all citizens of the United States. Now, this is when citizenships come in at. Birthrights type shit, because they fought in the fucking war. So anybody who's coming across it and fighting for the fucking war in the North, they can gain citizenship. Let's go.
United States.
Some people might think of the Civil War as a war brother against brother, North and South, but it also had a more global perspective. That had to do with humanity.
As a Muslim, I want to know, could it be that people who shared my faith helped bring about this new birth of freedom? that Muslims fought to end slavery too.
Okay, this new birth of freedom that Muslims fought to end. Muslims already was going through slavery. Islam and Christianity, all of them was enslaving each other at different times over there. Come on, man. What the how Muslims gonna come over here to fight to end slavery? So that means they going off what they hear and not off what they know. See, now it's all starting to make sense now. You feel me? Let's go.
That's where Private Mohammad Kahn comes in. He's part of a story research.
Okay. Then you coming over here with a name, Mohammad Kahn. Now, Muhammad is you know, he's in the Bible, but he's also inside of the the Quran. You know what I mean? With that being said, we know Khan is also a name of like Genghis Khan, them boys. You know, of the Ottoman Empire and all of that. You know what I'm saying? We would say they were Ishmaelites, pre-Islamic per se. You know what I mean? So let's go.
Comes in. He's part of a story researchers are still
This shit about to
piecing
get
together.
crazy, y'all. Watch this.
The details of Khan's
And y'all can hit
eventful
the link.
life are revealed
Y'all go ahead,
bit
hit the
by
link.
bit in his application for a pension, 200 pages long. Because of it, we know more about his service than most other soldiers who fought in the conflict.
Hey, listen, I'm about to show y'all the birth. This right here, y'all, is about to show y'all the birth of Mohammedism coming into American Indian life. And watch this. Watch this right here.
So this is someone interviewing him to determine if he would receive his pension?
A series of interviews over many years. They couldn't understand his pronunciation of Muhammad Khan when he enlisted. So they wrote the best they could. And he's the best they could come up with for Muhammad. And they just pretty much named everyone John if they had like John Doe.
What can you tell us about his religion, his faith, his Muslim identity?
They don't typically express a soldier's faith in one of these records, but when he's getting testimony from different apothecaries and sort of pharmacists that he was buying medicine from, that one of them says he used to come into my store and I would read to him what he called the Mohammedan Bible.
Let's go. All right, now we're talking about 1860 something, y'all. This man is reading the Mohammedan Bible, not the Quran. Well, later will turn into the Quran, but not the Quran, the Mohammedan Bible. No different than what Garvey was on. Mohammedism has a bunch of Masonic in it. Garvey. Farad had a type. He was a Mohammedan. Elijah was up underneath the Garveyites, which was Mohammedism. Malcolm X's father was a high-ranking member of the Garveyites, Mohammedism. and plus Garvey, definitely. The leader and the founder of the Moorish Science Temple also came up underneath Mohammedism or Masonic type ties. They all was finding out what was going to go on, and they split up from there. And I got the proof to show it. So let me get back to this right here, because this about to fuck y'all up real quick. Let's go.
Apothecaries and sort of pharmacists that he was buying medicine from, that one of them says he used to come into my store and I would read to him what he called the Mohammedan Bible, or what they call the Quran, but misspelled in the document, spelled with an H. There's the key right there. It's very clear what his faith was.
So this man had long black hair, and this witness, from his looks, manners, and general appearance, supposed him to be an American Indian.
Uh-oh. 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 Well, what? 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 Hold on. Did y'all just hear the description of this man, y'all? Let's go.
Black hair, and this witness, from his looks, manners, and general appearance, supposed him to be an American Indian.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Y'all hit the link, man. Y'all come on up. Y'all can hit the link. Y'all tell me what's going on. All right, we talk about in the 1860s. All right? This before the Native American. Remember now, the Native American was these so-called European at the times now. They was these eugenics motherfuckers. They was claiming themselves to be pure, they was claiming themselves to be Native American. So somebody looked at him and said that he looked like American Indian. Let me let y'all hear just a little bit after that real quick. Watch this.
Hair, and this witness, from his looks, manners, and general appearance, supposed him to be an American Indian.
I was born in Persia and raised in Afghanistan. I came to this country in 1861.
All right, hold on. He was raised in Persia, or born in Persia, raised in Afghanistan. He came here in 1861. And he's considered an American Indian, y'all. Come on, y'all. Hold up. Hold up. So now we got all these different damn people taking identities. Let's go, man. God damn. But not taking identities, but getting identities applied to them. But let's go.
With an American officer, a consul, but I don't remember his name. I couldn't speak one word of English at that time. About 2 or 2.5 months after my arrival, I enlisted at New Haven, Connecticut, having been persuaded to enlist while under the influence of liquor.
What a story.
Not unusual.
Were recruiters using alcohol to recruit people?
Yes, and drugs.
Wow.
I came across many stories, complaints by soldiers who claiming that these recruiters, runners, they called them, would treat them to drinks at the tavern, and that they were recruited and enlisted against their will. There was no question there was some of that went on.
Whatever led Kahn to enlist, he wasn't the only immigrant to join the Union forces.
There are 2.2 million soldiers that served in the Union Army over the 4 years, and about one.
Okay, y'all. All right. If it's 2.2 million so-called African Americans, now remember this now, 2.2 so-called African Americans serving in the Civil War in 1860. How in the hell can 2 million people be brought over here at the same doing? And they said that the shit went on after 1808. So everybody that came over here on these so-called slave ships enlisted in the military. All right, let's go and see what he say.
That served in the Union Army over the 4 years. And about 1/4 of those were born in a foreign country.
Most of these men came from Europe, but migrants had
They had
begun
to bring
arriving
help
from parts of Asia too.
I remember coming across evidence of a soldier who died at Gettysburg. They called him John Tommy. He was a Chinese soldier. He died for his adopted country. So is it a surprise to find Muslims in this war? I was delighted to find this and not entirely surprised.
Whoa.
More evidence for Muslims in the Union.
Whoa. Hold up. Is that a Chinaman? Among the killed at Gettysburg was a young Chinaman known as John Tommy. Hold on. So y'all bringing the Chinese to fight against the South too? Huh? And then y'all talk about it in the Central Flower Kingdom was the only representative of the Central Flower Kingdom in the Army of the Potomac. Wow. John Tommy came to this country immediately after breaking out of war and was induced to enlist. This shit is crazy. Let's go. So now, what would this Chinaman be after he fight for the North? When he get granted land, will he be considered a freedman, a African, or what? Because we see this motherfucker right here from Persia and Afghanistan. They calling him an American Indian. So let's go.
So is it a surprise to find Muslims in the war? I was delighted to find this and not entirely surprised.
More evidence for Muslims in the Union Army can be found in the United States colored troops, regiments made up mainly of Black Americans, many of them formerly enslaved people. Established in 1863, the colored troops and their supporters wanted to expand the Union's goals. They wanted to end slavery.
I am the full-time historical interpreter. My job here is to share the truth and not history.
Yeah. All right. How the hell can you come across here to fight for slavery when you got your own shit going on in your own country? This shit here is crazy. This shit here is wicked. It's not making no sense. Let's go.
About this lost story about 209,145 men that answer a government's cry for help.
The names of every single colored soldier etched into this wall?
Yes, all who have served, including the soldiers from the West Indies, South America, folks of Asian descent. So the rule was if you were non-white, they're going to put you in South America. Folks of
Let's stop right there. Everybody that was in the color troops, man, y'all tell these goddamn trans-African, please stop saying color troops means Africa. Where's the West Indies? That's here. South America and folks of Asian descent. Hold up. Will a real colored person please stand up? I'm confused now. With a real color person in this military who they say color means African American. But apparently on some people war records, you don't see African American, you see colored or you see black. You don't see African American. Now we know why. We talking about somebody right here. This person right here literally fought in this war. So I don't care what none of y'all trans Africans say about color means goddamn African. Stop it. Stop the buffoonery. For real. Let's go.
Of Asian descent. So the rule was if you were non-white, they're going to put you in the Bureau of the United States who have served, including the soldiers from the West Indies, South America, folks of Asian descent. So the rule was if you were non-white, they're going to put you in the Bureau of the United States colored soldiers. The whole world was in this rebellion.
Hold up, y'all. Hold up. I want to rewind that real quick because I want to make sure. I want to make sure that he didn't skip African, because I don't think he said that when saying colored. Let me see what he say real quick, y'all.
To answer a government's cry for help.
The names of every single colored soldier etched into this wall?
Yes, all who have served, including the soldiers from the West Indies, South America, folks of Asian descent. So the rule was if you were non-white, they're going to put you in the Bureau of the United States colored soldiers. The whole world was in this rebellion.
Given Mohammad Khan's appearance, you might expect to find his name on this memorial, but it's not here. Instead, I find the name of the best-known Black Muslim in the Union Army, an African immigrant named Nicholas Mohammad Ali bin Said.
Nicholas Said walked into the United States a free man before the Civil War started. He was from the Kingdom of Borno, that area that is now...
Whoa. What is a free African from Nigeria doing walking into America during the time of slavery, y'all? Hold up. This man came into the country as a free man during the... Shout out to Cosmo, man. Shout out to Bond Dog, too. $1 billion. Bae, the bad guy. You know what I'm talking about? Make this make sense. Can anybody make this make sense now? Word. Let me see.
Northern Nigeria. Nicholas Said walked into the United States a free man before the Civil War started. He was from the Kingdom of Borno, that area that is now Northern Nigeria. He arrived in 1860, joined up with the 55th Regiment, and he said, because all my people seem to be doing so.
The Said is an unusual...
Whoa. Did y'all hear that? This man said, I joined up because it seemed like all my people seem to be... Hold up. So who was all your peoples at this time? Who is all your peoples at this time? The Islamic people? Because now that will make sense why the Islamic or Muslim is so heavy up north and not fucking down south. The church ain't having that shit. You get involved with it in jail, or you know what I mean, like that, or but dog, nah. They respect you and all, but nah. They even got a Mason cemetery, but they let Muslims bury themselves there too. Yeah, like for real. This shit wicked. All right. He arrived in 1860 and he joined the colored infantry. All right, let's go.
Joined up with the 55th Regiment. And he said,
Remember
because all
now,
my people.
remember now, everybody at this time in the colored infantry supposed to be African. Everybody. This is what they teach, y'all.
Seem to be doing so.
Saeed is an unusual recruit. Whoever's in charge of the unit notices how well educated he is. And so he becomes a clerk rather than a frontline fighter.
And he's this really interesting figure because he's also literate, right? He writes his autobiography.
He writes about his whole life and also about the conditions of Reconstruction.
Hold on. Hold on. Brother Cosmo, what African is well educated at this time? Remember they say they lost their culture? They lost everything. They didn't know where they came from and all that. Hold on. How this man highly educated in 1860? Hold up. This math ain't mathing. And yes, y'all, I'm giving y'all the progenitors of the Nation of Islam and the progenitors of Moore Science Temple, the Mohammedans. Let's go.
Interestingly, he doesn't mention his military service, probably because being in the South, he doesn't want to be associated with the Union Army.
He actually receives this rank as sergeant.
This is a remarkable man.
Muslim presence in the Civil War that he represents, I think is very important. This is not a foreign story. It's a part of the American story.
Alongside Nicholas Saeed, that story now includes Mohammad Kahn, whose name is not on this wall for a simple reason. He was part of an all-white unit, the 43rd New York Infantry.
How was he able to join the 43rd in the first place, though, looking as he did?
He was recruited by his captain, and no one seemed to question it. He was getting full pay, full benefits, if there were any, of a white soldier at the time. So,
with Kahn in their ranks, the New York 43rd marched south through Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Virginia. Sometimes Kahn was allowed to fight. Other times, he was given more menial duties.
It's possible that he was mistreated because of his color, but also expected to march in line and do duty like a white man.
In July of 1863, the 43rd reached Gettysburg, the best-known battle of the Civil War, and perhaps its turning point. We know Kahn was nearby, while some of his comrades fought in close combat.
43rd New York and the 7th Maine was the two regiments who formed a line of battle down over the field, and they charged up over the hill. The Confederates were behind that very stone fence in that woods.
Wow, so close.
And they pushed the Confederates back.
43rd New York Infantry held this position from the morning of July 3rd until the close of battle.
The 43rd was a very, very hard fighting regiment, and they fought in just about every major battle of the Army of the Potomac. Here at Gettysburg, 5 casualties in the 43rd, 2 of them killed outright, 11 wounded, 4 of them mortally, and 1 captured.
So you can't get into his head, but you have seen so many documents. Why do you think Mohammad Kahn would fight in the war?
He knew how to be a soldier. He said he knew how to load and fire a musket and quickly was in the ranks marching and doing his duty.
He may have felt tricked into enlisting, but he stayed and he fought. That was a common path to citizenship and to national identity.
This is someone who could have been obscure, could have just come here and maybe lived some years and gone back maybe. This is a man who agreed to be right in the thick of the fight. Once he got in, I think he understood the stakes and he went for it.
Could have run away or really escaped at any time. And he did stick around for some reason, and it may have been because he felt morally and ethically obligated to see it through.
As a Muslim, Kahn may have been inspired by traditional Islamic teachings about slavery. These urged Muslims to treat enslaved people with dignity and work for their freedom. At the National Archives in College Park, Maryland, there's evidence that Muslim attempts to end slavery in the U.S. extended well beyond our shores. Logs from the American consulate in Tunis, North Africa, date back to 1864. They contain the translation of a letter from a prominent Tunisian official, Major General Hussein. Tunis, an autonomous province of the Ottoman Empire, had abolished slavery some 20 years earlier, citing the moral principles of Islam. In this letter, Major General Hussein urged Americans to end slavery too.
O inhabitants of America, since God has permitted you to enjoy full personal liberty and to manage your civil and political affairs yourselves, while many other people are deprived of such distinguished privileges and blessings, it would not tarnish the luster of your crown to grant to your slaves, as an act of gratitude for the favors God has bestowed on you, such civil rights as are not denied to the humblest and meanest of your citizens. Humanity invites you to eradicate from your Constitution all that can give countenance to the principle of slavery. Strong words.
Very powerful words.
We look at the letter from Hussein Pasha. He doesn't mention white and black. He mentions the human being. He references the Quran and the experiences of Muslims with slavery.
He was upholding these ideas of liberty and emancipation that I think most of us think are kind of the intellectual property of the West.
When the American consul in Tunis received General Hussein's letter, he sent it to the Secretary of State in Washington, D.C. He also sent a copy to a leading advocate for abolition, Senator Charles Sumner.
He's helping give ammunition to Sumner in his fight for abolition in the United States.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's reflected in when he says, you will have strong support to the principles which you have for years set forth and defended. This is clearly something that he believes Sumner can use to his advantage in arguing against slavery.
Sumner was grateful to Major General Hussein, according to the American consul's papers. That's not surprising. Here in the U.S. Capitol, Sumner was known for referring to Islam in his arguments for abolition, especially in his famous Barbarism of Slavery speech from 1860. In it, Sumner criticized Southern slaveholders, contrasting their treatment of enslaved people with traditional Islamic approaches.
He was quoting the Quran to the level that this was actually reported in the New York Times. The speech was published in full.
As diplomats and politicians waged their war of words, the conflict continued on the battlefield. For Mohammad Kahn, this meant more fighting, and not just against Confederate forces. A few days after Gettysburg, Kahn found himself in nearby Hagerstown, where, based on his appearance, a group of Union soldiers mistook him for a runaway slave.
Just as I was going up the hill towards the railroad depot, I was arrested by a guard and taken to the provost marshal's headquarters, where there were a large number of colored men. This guard arrested all black men they met. I said that I was a regularly enlisted soldier of the 43rd New York and asked to be sent to my regiment. This I explained to them as well as I could in my broken English, but they wouldn't believe me.
And they said he was a contraband slave, meaning that he was an escaped slave, that he was not eligible for service and that he was lying, so they arrested him.
Kahn was sent to a contraband camp in Philadelphia, one of many such camps set up to house formerly enslaved people fleeing the South. But this couldn't keep him from the front line.
He spends months there.
All right. So this is crazy to me, y'all. He is in the Union fighting, the Union mistaking him for a colored. All right, so now, if y'all fighting the free slavery in the South and y'all ran into somebody that's colored, why would y'all arrest him? If that's what y'all here for. Hold on, let me make sure I got this shit right.
In Philadelphia.
And formerly enslaved people fleeing the South. But this couldn't keep him from the front line.
He spends months there in Philadelphia trying to find his company, right? Looking for his fellow soldiers.
At the time, news came about the fighting in the wilderness. I was around the railroad depot. As I was very anxious to join my company, I jumped aboard a train just as it started and went with it without asking permission of anyone to get aboard. I landed in Washington.
He gets off the train and he kind of walks with other squadrons from DC to Virginia. And finally, he finds his company.
His company was engaged in brutal fighting, waged across Virginia's Spotsylvania County. Kahn would not survive unscathed here for long.
One U.S. Army regular soldier describes this as a battle of invisibles with invisibles. Snarled, ugly, scrubby, bushy mess. Black powder smoke could completely obscure a battlefield even when it's entirely in the open. Fighting in dense forage like this makes it almost impossible to see at all. Not only do you not know where the enemy is half the time, a lot of times you don't know where you are.
So it sounds like heavy casualties.
Heavy casualties.
I had picked up a rifle, and I went straight to my company and fell into line. 10 or 15 minutes after this, my regiment made a charge. Almost immediately, I was shot, wounded in the left hand.
Given everything you said, it's really not surprising that Mohammad Kahn would have been injured here.
No, it's not surprising he was injured here at all. And it's borderline miraculous that he wasn't killed.
Still, Kahn's wound was so severe that he spent several months recuperating at a military hospital. But in early 1865, Mohammad Kahn rejoined his regiment again. He fought alongside his comrades as a sharpshooter until the end of the war. That came in April of 1865, and with it, rapid change, despite Lincoln's assassination.
I think that Reconstruction was actually a huge achievement. I mean, first of all, it was total. It was immediate. And it very quickly passed 3 major constitutional amendments.
13th Amendment abolishes slavery. The 14th guarantees equal protection under law for all, and the 15th guarantees voting rights for men, regardless of national origin. The writing of the 13th and 14th and 15th Amendments really intended to solve the problems at the heart of America. It didn't turn out that way.
For Mohammad Kahn, the war was over, but a new challenge had begun: to rebuild his life as a civilian. By this time, his wife had arrived from South Asia, and Kahn tried to make a living as a peddler, selling beads, baskets, and herbal medicine. All the while, he struggled with the wounds he received in the war and fought for his rights as a veteran, too.
Is it typical to struggle to get your pension?
Yes. So they required either direct evidence, documentation that you had served and were wounded and deserved a pension, or were sick and deserved a pension, or you needed a lot of testimony. He could produce neither. He went through a lot of hassle getting this one. So he talked to the pension office, talked to congressmen. He lived in the District of Columbia, so he was in the halls of Congress, knocking on doors, asking for favors, getting assistance. He was what they would consider a great pest, in the sense that he was there all the time. Everyone knew him. They did all kinds of favors trying to get records for him. They contacted the Secretary of War eventually. and they loaned him money. A lot of black soldiers from the Civil War did work in the pension office. And that's who he actually borrowed money from when he would come to these offices. They really felt for him. You know, they knew his struggle was genuine.
Do you think his race factored into his struggle to get his pension?
Absolutely. He received a lot more pushback and had to enlist the help of all these powerful people to assist him.
Kahn fought for over 20 years to receive the pension he was due. But the laborious process generated the paperwork that allows us to reconstruct his story. The pages became his history. When he died in 1891, Kahn was buried in Cypress Hills National Cemetery, Brooklyn, under the name the Army gave him, not his own. Here he lies among 4,000 other Civil War veterans, white soldiers, and members of the U.S. colored troops.
I'm getting goosebumps knowing that we're close. 5009. There it is. John Amahai, New York. We found it.
We'll never be completely sure what Muhammad Khan was fighting for. What we do know is that somehow he made the war that ended slavery his own war. A war that advanced the cause of freedom then and continues to shape the nation we're becoming now.
Man, what y'all think about that, man? Um, damn. So when he got awarded his pension and all that, y'all go look up bounty lands. So bounty lands was something that was granted to people who fought with the North. These are lands that they was granted. through their pension. So these people who was fighting inside these wars and coming from other countries, you wonder how that Asian end up owning a store in the middle of y'all neighborhood. Y'all wonder how y'all had mom and pop stores owned by Africans in up north. Land grants, land patents, goddamn, all of that, all of that was in the play. Word. Y'all can hit the link, man. Y'all won't build on what we just showed, what I just showed just now. We can build on it. You know what I'm talking about? Tell me what y'all think about it. Just tell me what y'all think about it. I love all opinions. I love all that. Yep. Trying to get some people, y'all come up. I ain't here for long, man. I just came to do a little quick bill. But if y'all ain't gonna come up, then it's all good. Well, since I did that, I might as well just go ahead and do this one right here too. And Mhm. All right. So I'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and let this play real quick. I'm gonna step out for a second, go grab me something to eat. But I'll still be able to bring people up and all that. I'm gonna just jump on another device. I don't want to end it. I'm gonna go ahead and get into this right here. It's another story that's interesting to me. Another Mohammedan.
What if recording high-quality content, editing like a pro, and streaming like a star was as simple as hitting record? With Riverside, it's just that. Riverside makes the entire process easy, from recording to editing to streaming, without having to jump from app to app.
I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up.
Injustice against Black people does not
It's hard to imagine 60 years ago, Northern Virginia was the site of some of the most brutal battles of the
In 1819, but this is a portrait of a man brought to America to work as a slave. His name was Mamadu Yaro, and he was a Muslim.
A one-of-a-kind manuscript written by a slave has now been preserved in the Library of Congress. The Arabic language autobiography spent decades in private collections.
Corner of his garden, he wanted an artist. He was painted in 1819 by the famous Revolutionary War portrait artist Charles Wilson Peale. This man who painted presidents decided he wanted to paint a picture of Yaro.
To pay that kind of attention to a formerly enslaved Black man, this is unheard of.
When I first heard about an enslaved Muslim or an emancipated Muslim, I was like, what do you mean? Like, I didn't think that, Muslims were in the US until later.
Even though we have a lot of evidence, the story of the African Muslims in the United States has been, for the longest time, lost, unknown.
I didn't really even know about the story when I was growing up here as an adult.
This is a story that predates the founding of America.
Predates the founding of America.
Much of Mamadu Yaro's story takes place in and around Washington, D.C., a city that's been my home for several years. As a Muslim born and raised in the United States, I've always been curious about the roots of Islam in our country. I knew the first Muslims to arrive here in significant numbers came from Africa, but I didn't realize how much of their story had been unearthed.
It appears as if between 10 to 15%, some say even 30% of the enslaved Africans came from Muslim parts of West Africa.
Thousands of Muslims were enslaved in the Americas, including what became the United States.
They were part of the social and cultural and economic development of the Americas for half a millennium.
We now know that some African Muslims left their names, preserved in plantation records and runaway slave ads. Others left their writings. A few left their image. Among them was Mamadu Yaro, also known as Yaro Mahmud. He was painted not once, but twice. It's one of the things that makes him stand out.
He gives us a story of what it was like to gain freedom and then live after that and practice as a free person. I don't think we have any other story like that.
Yaro's story has been preserved in the archives of the American Philosophical Society in Philadelphia, in the writings of the artist who first painted him, after painting presidents, including George Washington, John Adams, and Thomas Jefferson.
We are looking at one of 26 diaries written by Charles Wilson Peale, a very important early American portrait painter, one of the most important. This diary goes back to 1818 to early 1819. The diary is rather small, as you can see. It's about 58 pages of text. The Yaro section takes up about 3.5 pages. It's the biggest vignette in the diary from this period.
Writing in December 1818, Peale describes a visit to D.C., where he heard about an old African man, Yaro, living in Georgetown in surprising circumstances.
Mr. Brewer said that he is comfortable in his situation, having bank stock, and lives in his own house. I shall be able to give a more particular account of him, as I propose to make a portrait of him, should I have the opportunity of doing it.
The diary was a vital resource for the author, who played a key role in piecing Yaro's story together, drawing on Peale's account and a wide variety of other sources, from census data to shipping records.
I was here at this library many years ago, and I saw this painting by James Alexander Simpson. Georgetown is a lily white community, and so to see a painting of a black man at this library was sort of unusual. That's what started the whole project.
Where did Yaro come from exactly?
We don't know for sure, but he was a Fulani Muslim, and the Fulani were moving from Mali into Senegal, Guinea, and other places in West Africa at the time.
Islam.
All right, y'all. Did y'all hear what he said? Remember now, this man came in 1819. He said the Fulani. Islam comes to Africa itself, the trans-Saharan trade route. But he said they was moving from one place to the west coast of Africa in the height of the transatlantic slave trade off the west coast of Africa. So was these people free, or was they, man, come on now. Let's go. Watch they make up a story. Let's go.
Comes to Africa itself via the trans-Saharan trade routes and over North Africa down into West Africa.
Islam was implanted in Africa for over 1,000 years. The spread of Islam.
All right, now. So now, if Islam was already implanted in Africa for 1,000 years and Christianity was implanted for hundreds of years, how are they coming over here illiterate about the Bible? How are they coming over here illiterate about the Quran or the Mohammedanism Bible or either Islamic faith?
Went hand in hand with the spread of literacy in Arabic. So there were schools for boys and girls. There were also institutions of higher learning, and they traveled all over, not only West Africa, but to Mecca, to Egypt, to learn.
They also are interested in not necessarily being Arab, as it were, but practicing Islam through this African sensibility.
This was the world Mamadu Yaro knew until he reached his teens, when everything changed. Around 1750, Yaro and his sister were sold to British slave traders after being captured, probably in a local war.
He's in a center of Islamic learning, and then boom, just like that, he becomes a captive of the slave trade. And he becomes one of the estimated 12.5 million people that from 1525 to about 1867 were taken from Africa to the New World.
Yaro and his sister survived the notorious Middle Passage, a grueling journey across the Atlantic that took several months. The ship Elijah carried them to Annapolis, Maryland, where in the summer of 1752, brother and sister were put up for sale, advertised in a local paper as pieces of property.
This is a page from the Maryland Gazette, a weekly newspaper published in those days.
So it says just imported in the Elijah directly from the coast of Africa.
A parcel of healthy slaves consisting of men, women, and children. So they're bringing children over as well.
And it will be, is it
disposed of on board the said vessel.
for sterling money, bills of exchange, gold or paper currency?
Yaro and his sister were separated in Annapolis. What became of her is unclear, but Yaro was enslaved on a tobacco plantation in Montgomery County, now the suburbs of Washington, D.C. In the decades that followed, records suggest he had a son here with an enslaved woman. Around 1790, Yaro's life changed again, when his enslaver brought him to Georgetown. Today, it's one of Washington's most exclusive neighborhoods. In Yaro's time, it was a modest port town on the Potomac River.
Uh-oh, remember now, y'all, the last story was the same spot, Potomac. Huh? So they built these buildings up at 1790. Stop it. 1791, they brought this man across here now. This supposed to be the height of it. Come on, man. Come on, make it make sense, y'all.
How does he Georgetown?
It was purchased by one of Georgetown's most famous families, the Beale or Bells, Samuel, initially, who makes him his manservant, or might be a fancy name for a valet.
I think he was smart enough to learn how to be around his enslaver. It's different if you're a field hand or you're in sort of doing other kinds of chores. That may have even helped to preserve him from not being broken down in certain kinds of ways.
Uh-oh. Hold on now. Hold on now. So he talking about this man was what they would call a house nigga. He in the house. A valet, a servant. So in other words, he's really a slave, supposedly, because his enslaver brought him. So an enslaver enslaves a slave. But yet, he's a servant. So this is, man, listen, man. I'm tired of all this fuckery.
Others are.
In order to make money, the Bells or Beals like for him to be industrious. They also require that he give whatever he makes to them, but they give some of the money back.
And so what type of work was Yaro doing?
He made charcoal. He had that technique. He sold baskets. He also made bricks. He commanded 1.5 times what a white brick maker could.
In Georgetown, Yaro joined a growing community of Black people, both enslaved and free. Many of them and their descendants are buried at Georgetown's Mount Zion Cemetery, established in the early 1800s.
This graveyard gives us a glimpse into the type of community Yaro was entering.
Yeah, we don't want you to look at him in isolation. We want you to understand that there were people, a community of which he was part, that shared the same kinds of goals.
And most of these would have been Black men, women, children
Black
who
men,
lived.
and we have some who may have perhaps even known Yaro, or certainly they knew of the kind of existence that he was living because they had lived it.
And Yaro himself, though, is not buried here.
He is not
right?
buried
He was
here.
buried
As
in
far
his
as we know, he
backyard.
is buried in his backyard. Haven't found him yet,
Yeah.
but we hope to one day if he is there.
Yaro spent the early 1790s working in Georgetown for his enslaver's son, Brooke. While around him, the newly formed nation took shape, and Washington, D.C. was established on the farmland next door. What happened to Yaro next is recorded in Peel's diary.
When Charles Wilson Peel came to paint his portrait in 1819, he was so intrigued by Yaro's story that he went to Margaret Beale, Brooke Beale's widow. She told him it was true.
Early in the morning, went to see some of the family who had knowledge of him for many years, whose ancestors had purchased him from the ship that brought him from Africa. The widow Bell told me that Yaro was always an industrious, hard-working man and had served them faithfully for many years. And her husband...
Hold on now. They said that he came across here. What is enslaver now? Now they're saying that they got him off a ship and they purchased him.
intending to build a large
just
house in
listen to
Georgetown,
them.
told Yaro if he would be very industrious in making the bricks for that house, that when he made all the bricks, that he would set him free.
So he obtained his freedom by essentially agreeing to make bricks.
The man who had contracted the promise died before he got his freedom. But his wife was able, understanding what her husband's desire was, carried through with it.
The widow told Yaro that as he had performed his duty, that she had made the necessary papers to set him free, and now he was made free.
So Yaro becomes a free man in August of 1790.
So he finished his indentured servitude contract. He didn't have a lifelong or a year contract or what year extended. He just had to build a house. But they know how long it was going to take him to build a house. Free labor.
96?
That's correct.
And he would have been what age at this point?
He was 60 years old.
60 years old. He becomes a free
you're a slave
man.
until you're 60. And his life started at
Yeah, Cosmon. And this like the second or third story I done hear where somebody gets set free by the person's wife. They fulfill the contract of their husband, their husband's last wishes, and they set him free. Yeah. Yeah, his wife.
I knew that.
After Yaro obtained his freedom, he worked hard and saved his money until he got $100, which he put into an old gentleman's hand to keep for him. That person died, and Yaro lost his money. However, he still worked as before and raised another $100, which he put into the care of a young merchant in Georgetown. But this merchant became a bankrupt. Yet not dispirited, he worked hard and saved a third sum, amounting to $200. Some friend of Yaro advised him to buy bank stock in the Columbia Bank, and he was amongst the first who contributed to that bank.
With his money, Yaro bought a plot of land on what was then the outskirts of Georgetown, now a quiet street named Dent Place, Northwest. The man who'd arrived from Africa on a slave ship was now a landholder, one of the first Black people of any faith to own land in the DC area in his own name.
See, this where the problem comes in at. He arrived on a slave ship. You know, Where the rest of the fucking slaves that got sold with him? They say he arrived with his enslaver. How the fuck he was on a slave ship if he arrived with his enslaver? Come on, man. Stop it.
This is the
And if the person who rode on who brought him over here, that will no longer be his enslaver. That will be his purchaser because he purchased them from somebody else to bring them over here to sell. It's a difference. Your enslaver is the person who brought you over here to work for them.
The Recorder of Deeds ledger book from 1800 in Washington, D.C. It's a very old book, and it's all in this beautiful script. And this is his deed of Yaro's house.
10th day of January, 1800. Wow, okay. And do you see Yaro's name here? Oh, here it is. You see his name,
Yes.
Yarrow.
And it gives him a half lot in Georgetown. That was a piece of property 35 feet wide and 150 feet deep. So it was a big piece of property.
What did having this land allow him to do personally?
He brought his son in to live with him, brought his wife in to live with him.
So he was able to have a family in a way that
Yes.
so many slaves were often separated from
That's
their
correct.
families.
That's
and
correct.
Families were broken apart.
In Georgetown, Yaro became well known as a freedman owning property. He was also known for his faith, for being a Mohammedan, the term sometimes used for Muslims back then.
Yaro has been noted for sobriety and cheerful conduct. He professes to be a Mohammedan and is often seen and heard in the streets
Oh,
singing
y'all,
praises
it's
to
about
God.
to be another dagger
And
about these
conversing with him,
Africans.
he said,
Here we
man
go.
is no good unless his religion comes from the heart. The acquaintances of him often banter him about eating bacon and drinking whiskey, but Yaro says it is no good to eat hog, and drink whiskey is very bad.
Enslaved Africans did not lose their customs, their religions, their culture.
That's a dagger. So now, when they say that these Africans, they lost their culture, they lost their custom and all that, no, my peoples, no, they didn't. No, they didn't. This man was brought over in 1790, and he ain't lose nothing. So how do people before him lose something? How do people after him lose something? The dude before him was highly educated. He had an office job when he went in the military, when he came across here. Now this dude got a picture of him. So now, these are people that come help the North fight. Who lands are these people granting them? Word. And you ever get classified as Indian and white? All kind of shit. Let's go, man. Mohammedanism, man. Shout out to the Mohammedanism. This is the precursor, progenitor, before Garvey, for the Garveyites, for the Nation of Islam over here, before the Moorish Science Temple. All right? These are some of the ones that's coming to say not to eat hog. We had no motherfucking hog over here. We had wild hog. We had boar. But what he's talking about is what he came across here with. Let's go.
Whiskey is very bad.
Enslaved Africans did not lose their customs, their religions, their culture. They continued to, as much as they could in the confine of enslavement, to be true to who they were.
In the picture, it seems that he kept the tradition of wearing the beard, which is something distinctive to Muslim men. He has his head covered. So that's also something that's distinctive to Islamic practice.
It's kind of a knitted thing, not necessarily fully Islamic, as it were. But I think there's a kind of intentionality there. That's what's so powerful about it.
At the time, was his faith considered strange to people? How was Islam interpreted? Do we know at that time?
It depended on your level of education. It depended on your level of exposure.
But people knew that Yaro was Muslim here in
Yeah,
Georgetown?
oh yeah.
Islam was a recognized religion. Educated Americans would have known that there were Muslims in West Africa. Probably also they were seeing Muslim activity in the United States.
Some of the enslaved people maintained practices that the enslavers noticed, right, made note of, and watched.
Wearing a skirt.
Here go y'all African American practices. Let's go.
Like, I didn't think that, Muslims were in the U.S. until later.
Even 60 years old, he becomes a free
You're a slave
man.
until you're 60. And his life.
Around him, the newly formed nation.
Oh, I'm right here. I'm sorry,
And not
y'all.
just a Muslim slave, because he believes that he wasn't drinking alcohol, that he was praying.
A looking that happens.
Damn,
Bill
what
was
happened,
also
man?
older. He was.
I'm sorry, y'all.
Thomas died, and before he got his freedom, but his wife.
Okay, I remember that part.
This is the recorder of deeds.
Okay,
Sometimes
I remember
used
that
for
part.
Muslims back then.
All right,
You
right here. I'm
to,
sorry, y'all.
As much as they could in the confines of enslavement to be true to who they were.
In the picture, it seems that he kept the tradition of wearing the beard, which is something distinctive to Muslim men. He has his head covered. So that's also something that's distinctive to Islamic practice.
It's kind of a knitted thing, not necessarily fully Islamic, as it were. But I think there's a kind of intentionality there. That's what's so powerful about it.
At the time, was his faith considered strange to people? How was Islam interpreted? Do we know at that time?
It depended on your level of education. It depended on your level of exposure.
But people knew that Yaro was Muslim here in
Yeah,
Georgetown?
oh yeah.
Islam was a recognized religion. Educated Americans would have known that there were Muslims in West Africa. Probably also they were seeing Muslim activity in the United States.
Some of the enslaved people maintained practices that the enslavers noticed, right, made note of, and watched.
Wearing skull caps and turbans and veils, celebrating Islamic holidays, refusing pork and alcohol.
Someone like Yaro, he seems like an anomaly, but he's not that unusual insofar as being very religious and educated.
Peel's diary reflects this apparent familiarity with Muslims in early America. What stands out to Peel is not Yaro's faith, but his age.
Yaro was supposedly 134 years old. Turns out he was sort of figuring his age by a different calendar.
Okay.
Yaro was probably 83 in this picture. Peel was also older. He was in his late 70s, and he gave lectures in his museum about healthy lifestyle and how you would be able to reach an old age. Longevity was a theme. He had started painting older people in 1795, but there's more going on here. There's a looking that happens in this picture from the artist to the sitter. I think he really appreciated who Yaro was, his sort of power that he had, which I think comes across in the portrait. There's an intensity there. I mean, if you look at it, it's a beautiful picture.
Charles Wilson Peel talked about why he thinks that Yaro had this kind of longevity. And he said it's because he believes that he wasn't drinking alcohol, that he was praying a lot. Peel was thinking about Yaro as a Muslim enslaved man, right? And not just a Muslim enslaved man, but a devout Muslim.
Peel spent only 2 days with Yaro, but Yaro seems to have made a deep impression on him. When Yaro died in 1823, the papers published an obituary, which Peel is thought to have written. Died Yaro, according to his account, 136 years. It is known to all who knew him that he was industrious, honest, and moral. He was interred in the corner of his garden, the spot where he usually resorted to pray.
When Yaro dies, There are multiple obituaries of this.
I counted so far 38 up and down the East Coast.
Wow. Of a man who was brought here as a slave.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Why was so much written about him, and why were there so many obituaries?
Well, he was 140 years old.
So they say.
So that's newsworthy.
So is this, hey, Cosmon, is this the real American Muhammad? And not is this the real Master Farah? He lived 136 years old. He was counting a different way.
After Yaro's death, we find his son, Akila, living 45 miles northwest of.
And the reason why I say that, because if they had 38 obituaries of this man up and down the East Coast, what are they pushing? What kind of narrative are they pushing? Let's go.
Georgetown in Washington County, Maryland. Here, Akila's wife worked as a midwife and was so popular the community still bears the family name. But there's no evidence the family continued to practice Mamadu Yaro's faith.
After 1865, churches from the north redescended on the south, and there was this Christianization of people. I think that for Muslims were still living at the time, and their children and grandchildren, there was probably more of an effort to be integrated. And
hold on. So is this a picture of a Muslim, or this the picture that they show to say African American? Which one is it now? Will the real African American please stand up, and will the real African Muslim or American Muslim please stand up? Because now I'm really fucking confused now. They should have never showed this picture. I don't know why in the hell they showed this picture. No, Copper, he didn't get whooped. He was able to practice his culture, all that. So now, are these the African Americans? Are these the American Muslims? Which one are they? We need to know. Because right now, y'all talking about the American Muslim story. Let's go.
Still living at the time, and their children and grandchildren, there was probably more of an effort to be integrated and be like everybody else.
Hold on, not the Muslim integrating. Not the Muslim integrating. Hold on. Damn, not the Muslim. Look at this. Y'all know this picture right here, famous, y'all. So is this the African Muslim? What's going on?
I would see this period as a deep tragedy to enslaved Africans. Enslavers who were writing history thought these people are without intelligence, without a soul.
I just told y'all.
When they came, their gods died.
I told
y'all.
y'all.
And then they embraced Christianity. They did not acknowledge, did not name those traditions and those practices. And so we've spent the last, say, 50 years trying to undo that kind of historical undertaking and to really figure out who exactly were these people, because they were there, but we never really studied them or their writings or their traditions.
The rediscovery of Yaro's story led archaeologists to Dent Place to excavate the site of Yaro's house, following the lead in his obituary that he was buried in his backyard.
Man, shout out to YK, man, with the Yahardin story, man. Word. Yahardin, that's his real name. Shout out to YK, man. That's an Islamic name.
did not acknowledge, right, did not name those traditions and those practices. And so we've spent the last
You
say,
might
50
be an
years trying to
African.
undo
You might be
that
an
kind of
African
historical undertaking
descendant.
and to really figure out who exactly were these people, because they were there, but we never really studied them or their writings or their traditions.
The rediscovery of Yaro's story led archaeologists to Dent Place to excavate the site of Yaro's house, following the lead in his obituary that he was buried in his backyard.
His home wasn't on the site. There was an 1850s house that stood on the site that was destroyed by a hurricane. When we started the project in 2015, it was an empty lot with an extant in-ground pool.
Significant redevelopment had removed most traces from Yaro's time. There was no sign of Yaro and little evidence of his life. Still, the dig created a unique opportunity, a chance to give Yaro the Muslim funeral rites, the janazah prayer he was unlikely to have received 200 years earlier.
In 2015, the Imam of Masjid Muhammad in Washington, D.C., he led the janazah prayer for Yaro in that same spot of the yard. And Masjid Muhammad is historically predominantly.
All right, hold on. Ain't no way in hell y'all about to sit here and tell me that he didn't get the farewell prayer that he was well deserved, and you got 38 obituaries about him and a painting. Stop the nonsense.
The Black masjid, one of the oldest in Washington, D.C. So it's pretty profound that all these years later,
okay.
that has
Like
some meaning
Messiah,
even to the people there.
And you led the prayers?
Yes, I led the prayer.
How,
That was
and what's
an honor
going
for
on
me.
with
We
my
did the
dog?
janazah on the land, on his residence. We know it
And on them
doesn't serve
boys'
the
neck.
official, but as a ceremony.
2 paintings and
to him,
38
it would probably reach his
obituaries.
soul.
It was a beautiful
That's
event
crazy
and
as
a way to
hell.
honor Yaro and
But he didn't
to shed
have a
light
proper
on
burial?
Muslims, their history and their history in America.
We inherit his hopes, we inherit his dreams.
Nah, man.
And that's the connection that we feel for him. And this is the beauty
Out
of what
there,
it means
what's
to be in
going
America,
on?
really to
Standing
embrace
them
the
legs out
excellence
there. You know what I'm talking
of
about?
the
I
life
see
that
you
was here
in
and
that
that is
word,
here, and that
man.
shows who we are.
Wild
On
ass
Dent Place
idiot gang.
today, a new house stands on the spot where Mamadu Yaro once lived, but his presence is commemorated with a plaque.
Y'all
It's
can
a
hit the link,
powerful
man.
reminder of Yaro and the tens of thousands of other Muslims who arrived in America in the nation's earliest days. A people whose history is still being written, whose stories are still coming to light.
Yeah, man. Y'all let me know what y'all think about that, man. I just like to, because the reason why I did that is because a couple of shows ago, I showed the Black Confederates. Because people say it wasn't no Black Confederates. And remember, the North whole story was they was fighting to end slavery, to reserve the Union and fighting to end slavery. So now, if y'all fighting to end slavery, why in the 1800s, y'all so-called still doing in slavery up top? If y'all fighting to end slavery down south, why is y'all still doing it up north? See, now that's what you call a contradiction. To preserve the Union, we got to look at this word preserve. Because preserve, in my sense, is to keep ourselves above them southern niggas. Preserve our greatness and what we do up here, and you know what I mean, and them country ass niggas down south. Let's stay above them. We know this because when they tricked all our people to go up north for the Great Depression, whether you was in going up the Delta, Mississippi, or whether you was coming from the south and going up the north coast, the east coast, these migrations ended up to be failure for a lot of our peoples. They ended up getting caught up in the things that they didn't want to be involved with because of this depression. This depression was serious than people think it is, because during this depression, these people was giving away their land rights and putting their land rights in it to get money. Word. It wasn't no different than what the Wells Fargo was doing out west. Wells Fargo in the north, they was doing the same. Especially once they restored the train tracks to run from the north to the west. You know what I'm talking about? When they found gold in North Carolina in the 1700s, naturally, then they heard about the gold rush in the West Coast. And now they done found the train tracks and they start rebuilding our train tracks. Shit. It was transferring gold into paper money. Nah, Hosep, who tap suit. Nah, people in the South didn't really want to leave. They left because they thought they was gonna go get an education or go get a trade and come back and bring it back to the South and then build a family up. That was the whole thing. That was the mission. If anybody tell me anything different, then please let me know. I'm from South Carolina. The first capital, actually, that's who I'm right next to. For real. So ain't more history about South Carolina than where I'm at. This the beginning of it, where I'm at. You know what I'm talking about? But yeah, y'all can hit the link, man. Come on up and build with the brother. You know what I'm talking about? The process, man. I'm gonna give y'all a chance to come on up and build, man. I'm gonna go ahead and drop this real quick.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it down, slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it down, slow mo.
Shout out to everybody, man, who gave me a chance. Nah, except you, yeah, hit the link, man. Word, no, your input is needed, man. Right. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, the South, we got a whole different history than, say, the Midwest and say up north and Cali and all that. The South, we got a whole different shit. The East Coast, period, got a whole different history. Remember now, we first contact. So our history dates back farther, as far as like with them writing about us, dates back farther than anybody because they didn't know nothing about nobody else on certain parts of the Appalachians. And when they did try to go on the other side of the Appalachians, they got ran the fuck out. And we know what that was. That was Soto. So other than that, you know what I mean? Motherfucker wasn't playing nothing that shit. And this the thing. Before they even knew all of the East Coast, it took them damn near 350, 375 years. Just for them to really know the East Coast. You feel me? So we need to keep that in mind. They didn't start exploring other parts of America, besides the French coming down the Delta, the Mississippi, but they did not explore no other parts of the Appalachian. I'm talking about the let's talk about the English Dutch. Them. No other parts of North America, dog, until after the 13 colonies existed. This is when you see treaties. These treaties are peace and friendship. These treaties also allowed them to go to other parts of the land. Okay. All right. Yeah, you good. Hosepsu, all you got to do is just turn your camera on one time, bro, just for you to pass that test, and you wouldn't have to do it no more if you ever come back. You just got to turn it on one time, man, and then cut it off. I just need to make sure you a real person. That's all. Okay. All right, bet. I trust you a real person, man. Peace and love to you, man. Hope all is well with you and the family, my brother. Yeah, you good. Hosepsu, all you got to do is just turn your camera on one time, bro, just for you to pass that test, and you wouldn't have to do it no more. Uh-oh. Cut that off in the background, bro. Yeah, whatever you got on in the background, because that's gonna give you your echo and your feedback. Cut that off and then unmute your mic, and then you can go ahead and talk, bro. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. I was just moving. I'm in transit going outside. But peace and power chat into the panel. I hope I can contribute. I just happen to have some books around, but people sleeping in the house. So worried about talking when I'm inside, but it's
Yeah,
cool.
you
It's
good.
cool.
You
It's
good.
my
Sound like you in a different time zone than me, so so I respect that. Sound like you in a different time zone than me, so I respect that. Word. I think I seen you before, my good brother. Don't you rap?
No,
No, you don't rap
people
on
just look at
like that.
no, I never tried to really rap. I've written some poetry, but never went public with it or anything like that.
Okay. So where you from? Where you from, bro?
I'm in Africa, in Botswana. Yeah.
You in Africa?
Yeah, I'm in there right now.
All right. So I'm glad you tell me that. You don't if you don't mind, I can ask you a question real quick. And if you want to ask me a question, it's cool too.
Yeah, I'm willing to answer questions and ask questions.
Okay, all right. So let me ask you this. From what you just seen just now and what you've been watching, the two videos I dropped. African that they brought from Africa, but he was born in Persia, raised in Afghanistan, came across here and they say he looked like an American Indian. He also was up underneath colored, but he got buried in a white cemetery. Now the second one I showed was another brother from Africa, and both of these brothers are highly educated in Mohammedanism. All right, so when we hear the story about the transatlantic slave trade, we hear that the people that came from Africa lost everything. They didn't know what the fuck was going on. After seeing that, do you still think that?
No, bro, I don't think so. It's like even some of the stuff you were saying, like that. I mean, from my point of view, if you was a Muslim coming from Africa, I don't know. The thought of like natives crossed my mind. I don't know what you were talking about, because natives to me are like Zulus, like Weskins. But there are those Muslims that we heard about. Even in the movies, you see. I don't know if Alex Haley was saying that like Kunta Kinte was in the boat with some Muslims, or he was a Muslim himself. I don't remember exactly, but it's new. It's all new to me. I never thought of it like that.
Oh, okay. Because if they was already highly educated in Islam and also with Christianity and Catholicism, how would they come across here not knowing the Bible? To me, I think if they was coming over here like that, they would be some of the ones that will be the missionaries that look like us and coming around to our people's pushing the Bible narrative. That makes more sense because they already knew that. But we like to blame it on the white European that brought it across here. Yes, they did use the dumb verses and all of that in the Caribbeans, but now I'm talking about North America. When we're dealing with North America, we got to look at this thing at a whole nother lens now, because we seeing people coming over here in the 1700s, 1800s to help fight in the Civil War against the South. And they never lost their faith of Mohammedanism or their culture. So now they say that the people documented these people cultures and all of this stuff like that and started writing about it. So now I'm asking you, do these cultures that they was describing that these people hold, are these the same cultures that we call African American today?
Again, when you're talking, sorry, I'm in the bathroom, so it might be echoing. When you're talking about West Africans, see, like Nigerian, I think of like the Khan and the Yoruba.
But all of
So when
them,
you're talking about religion,
the Akan and the Yoruba stories say that they came from somewhere else. Correct?
yeah, but they came from the same place where that Ben Said was coming from.
So they came from the Arabic Peninsula, from over there in Arabic land, what we would call Arabic land today. This person,
They were calling
Persia.
They were calling it. Okay, Persia. Persia would be like Ottoman, like the Turkish Empire, Ottoman Empire.
But I mean,
that would be
Persia might
the
have a new
Orient
name
or
today. Persia might have a new name today, but it still was Persia at one time. Just like Babylon, Persia, all of this, they got different names today. You know what I mean? So I'm just
Yeah, I
throwing
think
it back like that. So we pretty much talking about the salt trade, the salt slavery trade, what is also known as the trans Saharan slave trade.
yeah, that's the
So this is when we
yeah,
see the
yeah,
Khan. We see the
the
Khan
Arab,
pop up
Arabs.
after that, correct? We see these Khan and these
Mhm.
Yorubas pop up after that, correct?
No, I suppose those are like Aboriginal.
And they
Or
call
they
themselves a
from
Khan,
they talk about,
and they call themselves
sorry?
a Khan in Northern Africa, and they call themselves a Khan.
Yeah, they talk about migrating from Kemet, but on the whole, I think they're like the main before the Muslims came, because the Muslims is a later movement, and they didn't. I don't think they conquered the
No,
whole
they
of
didn't
West
conquer the
Africa,
whole,
man.
but they conquered.
Only-
They conquered damn near all of North Africa, just like
What
the
about
Christians,
places like
just like the
Benin
Christians too. So we know
and
that they
Togo?
did that. So when you say they came from Egypt, then that lets me know then I'm somewhat right, because they try to make like the Akan people are where they always been at. That's not true.
Yeah, but still, Africans, when they talk of their history, they say they go back
Yeah,
millions
they
of
talk
years,
about tribe.
So
Yeah, Africans talk about tribes. They wouldn't name
we're
their tribes
talking
though,
about
right?
4,000 years. Sorry?
I said Africans will name their tribe. They let you know they direct tribe, right? Like,
Yeah,
correct?
yeah, and the tribal, like the history that's like occult or goes deep will tell you
Uh-huh.
that
Yeah,
uh, the history
I
goes
got a good
back
brother.
like
I got a good brother from Zimbabwe.
long millions.
Yeah, I got a good
Even
brother.
even even
So yeah.
even if
So
you look,
go ahead. My bad. Thousand pardon, bro. Go
even if
ahead.
you listen to yeah, I'm saying even if you listen to just a timeline of somebody in America who studied history, they'll go back like 50,000 years. They'll be telling you, giving you names.
No,
So
no,
I don't know. I don't know where
not
Akan and
American,
Yoruba.
American Indian, bro. No, not American Indians, bro. Not this American Indian. We don't go back that far, bro.
All
What
right.
the fuck? You got to show me some kind of writing
How
back
come?
that far. Yeah, see, I'm different, bro.
How come the
I'm
main?
different. Hold on, bro.
How
Hold
come?
on. Let me finish. I'm different.
Yeah, for
You know
sure.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear what you're
50,000
saying.
years ago, man.
Even myself, I don't speak like it's facts. I'm just saying that there are stories like that, kind of stories told or
So
written
do
in books. I read it from a book.
you know what the American Indian story is? That what we say? Let me ask you
No,
that.
I come on I come on some of the what do you call the lives, the shows that different ones have. I'm like
I got you. Okay,
subscribed.
okay,
So,
okay, okay, okay.
but yeah, because of the
I
time
got you.
difference and
I
everything,
got you.
I'm not
Yeah,
that
okay.
You say
Probably
you come on some
JJ.
of the
sure.
Aboriginal community?
Yeah, probably JJ. Probably JJ
Yeah,
7000
yeah,
or
probably
somebody
similar.
like that. Yeah, because we was talking about the Bible and stuff like that. JJ. So yeah. And we was talking about Kemet too and stuff like that. Another brother, man. Yeah, Wild Savage. Okay, I got him. I think that's what he said just now. Like that's how he found me. That's what
Yeah,
you
well,
saying?
I've been around for a few years, you know.
Yeah, I
When
know,
when
I know.
when people used to share their links out there from way back, you know. I used to have a different channel called Furious TV.
Okay, okay.
So I've
Word.
been
Brother
around.
Wild Savage.
I heard a lot of it.
Wild Savage, what's going on, man? Peace and love to you, man. What's going on, wild ass Indian?
Peace, peace, brother, man. Just chilling. Just got done running, doing an Indian raid on Seville.
Yep, I saw it. I saw it. I definitely did. They kept me in the back. You seen that war dress? I said, "Damn, I needed to change my avatar." Hey, see that motherfucker war dress, dog.
He don't want to see it.
Arrow gang, we coming, dog. You know what I'm talking about? I wouldn't
Look,
even try to type nothing in the chat because I was like, fuck, if I type something in the chat, I definitely ain't gonna be able to come up. So I was like, fuck.
yeah. Look, I thought I was in that by myself shooting arrows. Next thing I know, I see arrows coming from everywhere.
Yeah, man. Hey, listen, man. Something about the Indian game, man. The wild motherfucker, man. Hey, listen. When Arrow Gang, you roll in the name of truth, man. Hey, listen. Arrow up.
I'm like, man, I ain't even shooting no warning arrow or nothing. Niggas just knew to pop up. That's what's
Yeah,
up.
you didn't have to.
That's what's up.
You
And
didn't
then we
have to.
had Dosey down there too.
Yeah, yep.
It was
Yep.
good. But yeah, I ain't doing nothing, man. You know, just out here in these YouTube streets,
I'm
making
saying
sure
though,
these
man.
Indians.
What's crazy to me is that the brother Unique earlier today, he was over there on BAP channel, and he was doing the same thing that he did on my channel, but yet he was over there in the chat trying to discredit me, like, OTK, you ain't real, you ain't this or that, man. I'm trying to teach you this and this and all that. But then the same way how you got treated today is the same way I felt like I treated you, and just asking you questions, but you never proved nothing.
The Dorsey dude, Dorsey, whatever the hell.
Yeah, and I'm telling him like, yo, I be speaking to bays like, shout out to Rich Neal Bay, man, and Goddess K Glover L, man. Some of
Right.
my spiritual leaders. I'm not a Moor, but that don't mean I can't deal with them on a spiritual level. And you know what I'm talking about? Like that. But you know, when people let this religion get in their way and start changing up the facts and history, and start, it ain't no different than the people coming over here and writing themselves into history.
Absolutely.
That's how I feel about it, man. So that's why I said in the chat earlier, like, it's this type of people who we know that there's different types of Moors, because we wouldn't even hear A1 or none of them say none of the crazy shit he was saying today. A1 them will let you know straight up. So we gotta respect that shit. That shit ain't getting in the way of the overall goal. But a brother like that today, dog, and I want you to go ahead and tell me how you feel. I felt like a brother like that is not on the same level. What you think?
Yeah, nah, it's not because, well, it's that they studied in an indoctrinated way. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like they don't have nothing outside of that, and so many people done taught them so many false ways to tie something back to more that, you know, they believe it. You know what I'm saying? And I
Yeah,
just,
and we don't got no doctrine. Our
yeah,
doctrine is genealogy. Do you find yourself in the story? and then you know what to do from there. Get all your shit changed as Indian, and then you go from there, bro.
Right.
You know what I mean? We don't got no doctrine. It ain't no doctrine behind American Indian. Ain't no none of that shit. But the truth of what happened over here in America. That's it. Because we never got taught American history. Let's be for real.
Not in this correct light.
Right. Correct.
Yeah, we got
Correct.
and stuff to put us on a wild goose chase, you know. Longest, and it's kind of like what them type of Moors have done. They have took the education system or curriculum and made them a Moorish curriculum that, you know, basically validates their argument if you're not well researched.
Correct.
Or no difference between a primary source and somebody's subjective word, like they were saying about dude. He's African, but they said, well, we don't know what African is. We believe he was Fulani. Well, at the point that the person said that they believe, they're telling you that they don't know. So they don't even really know if the man was African. You know
They
what I'm
don't know.
From
It's
what
a
I
belief
got.
after that. It's a guess.
So
Go
yeah,
ahead, bro. Yeah, it's a goddamn guess. You absolutely correct. Go ahead.
So I think that's just what happens. Because ain't that supposed to be the first Moor the Moor that's in Harvard or whatever, who helped build Harvard or one of them colleges, I think.
Which one? The one that I showed the second or the first one?
The first one,
The first one I showed. Now he was born in Persia and
I'm
and
talking
raised in Afghanistan, and he came across here to fight in the Civil War. And he was labeled an American Indian.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you ain't see that first one?
No, I think I came in on the second.
Oh shit, you ain't see that first one. Oh yeah. Yeah, his name was Mohammad Kahn.
Got you. So
they brought him across. See, the North needed help with the South, bro. So they just started bringing people and say, look, we're going to grant y'all this and grant y'all that. And you know what I mean? Sign this waiver form. You come across here a free man. So either you was in slavery over there, and when you signed up to come over here and fight in the war, in the Civil War, you became free, or either you was already free when you came across here and you came to fight with the North. Let's go. Go ahead, fam. Go ahead, Wild Savage. Mic check. 1, 2. You still here, bro?
Yeah, I'm still here. I was on the phone. My bad. What was you saying?
I was talking about this. These people that they was bringing across here to help them fight in the Civil War against the South.
Yeah. You talking about the dude you were saying from Persia?
Yeah. So these would be your first African Americans, correct? Because they called them American Muslims, but they was coming from Africa. Shit, that first dude, he ain't even come from Africa. This motherfucker came from Afghanistan.
So we would have to see where Perusia or Persia was at that, whatever it was called at that time, and where that was to actually.
We know where that's at. That's Persia, Babylon, all of that shit. That's before it's what it is today. So we already know that area. That would be Upper India, in the Middle East, what they call the Middle East. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that, or the Far East. Yeah. Babylon and Persia. Remember now, Persia had an empire. Yeah, remember the Persians had an empire. The Persian Empire. Then the Hittites, that was down farther than the Persians. They had an empire. The fucking Babylonians in that same corridor, they had a fucking empire. All of these motherfuckers went into Egypt. All right, let's talk about. Go ahead, Wild Savage. I'm about to ask on this brother from Africa. Am I lying or am I true?
Nah, go ahead.
Sepsu, am I lying or
No,
am I
it's
true?
true. Persia was Iraq,
Mm-hmm.
as far as I know. So yeah, they did have an empire.
Yes, yes.
All
They
those,
all
all
had.
those.
Go ahead.
You got these rugs that come from Persia.
Mm-hmm. The only difference is some of these empires had more Indian influence. India, or I'm just using the modern day term. Or matter of fact, let me just use the right term. They had more Hinduism in them, and they had a mixture of Buddhism mixed with Hinduism, which is Islam mixed with Hinduism. To me, that's what I get out of Buddhism. It's something that they took back over there when they went, you know what I mean? When they went back over there, they took Buddhism, they took a form of Hinduism and took a form of and some forms of Christianity. I'm not gonna lie, or Catholicism, whatever one you want to use. All of these religions have an intertwine and a mixture, unless you're one of the pregenerates. And we're talking about Kemetic science, or we talking about Sumerian Texas, as far as what history writes, as far as what these scholars, these so-called scholars write. Not saying that it's not nothing that's older, but they just haven't found it yet, I don't think. But we just talking about the modern day older stuff that they found over there. Now, our stuff dates farther back and at the same time, even our pyramids. Yeah, so that's why I believe in polygenesis, man. I believe that life started everywhere. I don't believe that life just started one place and then it just evolved in the other shit and you just migrated. No. I believe life started everywhere.
From my nigga theory, I came up with I think North America was out the land first, and then I think Asia rised up out the water before Africa and Europe. But that's just my nigga theory.
I don't even believe that everything was underwater. You understand what I'm saying, Wild Savage? I don't believe everything was underwater because every time we hear this story, let me tell you why. Why? Every time we hear the story about these floods or whatever, it ties with religion. You feel me? That's my reason of saying it. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. I got the right to have my opinion, Milestone. I mean, not Milestone. I mean, Wild Savage. Don't knock me for my opinion, man. We just having a bill right now. Go ahead, bro.
I just gave you a nigga theory. You know
How
what I'm
about
saying?
Right, and I respect that. You ain't hear me combat that. I just gave you my theory. You're right, right. What you think, Hesepsu? You believe in polygenesis or you believe in the out of Africa theory, which would be evolution?
I believe in outer space.
Oh, okay. Explain that. So what are you? An atheist? You a scientific atheist? You a Big Bang theory? What are you? Go ahead. Explain that. You believe in outer space. Go ahead.
And one more before I don't want to cut you off. Tell me where you from so I know, because I know saying African is like disrespectful.
No,
So
he
like,
said he is from Africa, literally.
what
Yeah.
part though?
Oh, my bad. Thousand pardon. He did say it earlier, but go ahead. Wild Savage want to know what part of Africa you from, brother.
I'm from Southern Africa.
Sudan?
Yeah, I'm saying Southern Africa.
Oh, Southern. Is that what, like in the Sudan area?
No.
That would be Zululand, Cape Cod, Southern Africa. He didn't say Southeast. He didn't say Southwest. So
My
when
bad.
they say
Maui.
Southern, I think they saying like the bottom of the Congo jungle, on down, straight down the middle.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, all right. So he like straight down the middle, all the way down to Zululand, Wild Savage, what they call Zululand, all the way down to the tip of Africa to the bottom.
What is the name of it though?
Oh, okay, bet.
Botswana.
Botswana?
Yeah.
I'd be curious because next time.
Political, that's why I'm avoiding, gotta be politically radical, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Africa is one Ethiopia, you know what I'm saying?
Gotcha. Yeah, I
So
know
I'm in
because I know.
South Ethiopia.
That would be some of the first names, then. Yeah, okay.
South
So
Ethiopia.
when my brother's saying Sudan, I understand what he's saying because that's farther south. Let's put a geographical mark on it. When he's saying like Sudan and stuff, because he's saying that's south of North Africa. You know what I mean? So he's trying to get a geological location when he's giving. You understand what I'm saying? Who's Shepsuit? When he was like, "Yo, are you talking about the Sudan region?" You know what I mean? But yeah, you look like
Yeah,
you
no,
one of them
I don't have a problem.
Joseph,
Mhm.
Idi Amin on in the Joseph and you Joseph Kony type African. That's that's what you
Yeah,
look
you
like.
know
And,
what I'm saying.
and people don't know about Joseph Kony too much, but I leave that alone. You know what I mean? But yeah, I feel you know, but yeah. So all the way down to the south. So some of your blood will be what they will call Kozan that went into Australia. I mean Madagascar and stuff like that. And Australia.
No, that's a long way from here. I would think Congo was correct, because that's like Bantu. They speak of Bantu in Congo, and even here, and even in South Africa, they speak of Bantu education, Bantu languages, Bantu speakers.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So it's good to refer to it as like Congo.
Bantu also came later too. Ain't that a mixture?
No, actually, Bantu is a European corruption. Apparently, we never grew up knowing that, but there are people now who will tell you that Bantu is an actual tribe of people who call themselves Bantu, and it doesn't mean what Bantu speakers think it means. 'Cause the Bantu speakers are not original Bantu.
Man,
They're just
I
what
appreciate you,
Europeans
bro. Hey,
Yeah,
Wild
man,
Savage.
talk
I
your stuff.
appreciate him, Wild Savage. He's a real one. He ain't
Yeah.
bullshitting. Go ahead, Wild Savage. Actually, go ahead. Go ahead.
Nah, I'm just telling him talking stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what I was finna ask, didn't the Bantu? But what it is when you're an American and you're a tourist, you're taught certain things. So when you go to them places, shit, they just going along with the narrative. You know what I'm saying? So you'll feel like that, you know what I'm saying, what you was learning in America has some truth to it, basically.
Right. Then it was a major construct too now. You know what I mean? Remember now when them boys was first coming over here, like when they was coming as far as foreign exchange students, culinary arts, and all kind of shit like that right there, they was told to stay away from us.
Yes, because the thing is we are more free at thought. You feel what I'm saying? It's like we at home. So it's
Right.
if we go over there, you know what I'm saying, it's gonna be like, nah, you're not gonna run with the rebels, you're not gonna run with the hood kids.
Right,
Run with the
right,
people that's in the city. You know what I'm saying?
right,
It's more tourist
right.
friendly.
So I wonder what the trans Africans will have to say after this, after a brother from here, from that place, not here, from that place, is out here telling people like, yo, nah, the Bantu, the people who think they Bantu really ain't Bantu. The people of Khan, they migrated where they went at. Oh, so hey, y'all be careful with taking these DNA tests and claiming all these goddamn African tribes, because y'all don't even know the real African tribes or chieftains that was there first.
And they
That's
just
why they
go along
laugh
with it.
at you. That's
Yeah.
why they laugh at you. For real.
I
And
got
shout out to this brother, man, for
yeah, shout
bringing the
out to
realness and being hunted, man, for real. I don't want to hear no trans African talk about they Bantu, they fucking and then I don't want y'all to call me a con. Y'all want to call me a con? Y'all better know where that con come from. See, I was waiting to save that because I actually got the documents to back that up. That the Akon came from Saudi Arabia way.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, before they was even called it Akon. Akon was like a name for a mixture. Okay. Let me stop. I get into, we can get into it now, you know what I mean? But shit, you bringing out the truth. Go ahead, Wild Side. You need that.
I got another question for you, brother. Do y'all do like how we do genealogy and trace our grandparents back? And if so, like how far do you go back in your lineage? Or how far can you go back?
Okay. In 2009, I went to see a doctor, and interesting enough, that doctor's name was Khan. Her surname was Khan, and she's an Asian. So I went to see an Asian doctor.
Gotcha.
And we ended up having a little conversation, and she was telling me that I could trace my genealogy, because she was telling me that her family had a long history in this country, So she was telling me, yeah, nowadays you can go back and trace your genealogy, but I've never tried anything like that. As for myself, I can tell you up to I don't know my paternal grandfather, and I don't know my maternal grandfather in person, but I know my maternal grandmother and grandfather in person. I met them before they ascended.
Okay,
And
that's
that's
cool.
about as much history as I know.
So did they pass any like
Because
history down?
I don't think. Sorry.
No, go ahead. My bad. I didn't cut you off.
Yeah, I'm saying I have a feeling that like our parents' generation don't really talk about the past a lot, you know.
Yeah, kind of like some of
So
ours.
it's just what you see is what you get, you know.
Got you. Got you. Well, thank you
Still
for
pretty
your.
much together. We got a lot of extended family, like cousins, uncles, you know, maternal uncles, paternal uncles, all of it, you know. But
Mhm.
some people not attached, some people attached.
Right. I
And
understand.
also, where we live, some people live in towns and some people live in the country. So it's, I don't know. Yeah, I
So
guess
town
it's, I
and
once
town
asked somebody
be like,
from, yeah,
and
He
country be
not
like your
doing
village
this
people.
shit. He got me locked up. Hey, y'all should have seen when them dudes played that fucking commercial trick on Akon. It scares ass. That nigga started talking regular English. They was like, damn, dog, what happened to your African accent?
you gotta make
Hey,
sure somebody
it's a
hears
whole,
you.
it's a whole new day, man. It's a whole new ball game. American Indians stand up, man.
What was
You
you
know what I'm talking about? Good word.
What was you saying, brother?
No, I was saying you gotta make sure that people can hear you. So if I remember when I left school, I was getting deep into like an African accent, but I grew up learning English from English people and white people here. But there's
Hold
people
on,
who
hold on. So you
don't
still
speak
in
English.
Africa, bro? So you still in Africa and got that accent while you still in Africa, or did you have schooling elsewhere?
No, I've never been out of Africa, you know.
Oh shit!
Yeah, he learned that there.
Damn.
So,
Hold up. So hold
so
up.
did
So
your wife?
do you know Spanish? Do you know Spanish too, or a form of Spanish, Italian,
No, bro.
Portuguese, any one of those?
No, no.
Because
There's
people
people
don't know when they
who
say, "Oh, I
learn
speak
French as well.
Portuguese." Them boys be like, "Oh, I speak Portuguese." I'd be like, "Oh, that's French." They don't even know it. But everything good. All right. So you
So
don't
how
speak no
did,
other language but English in your native tongue?
Yeah, and a little bit of Afrikaans, which is like South African language. And I can hear a bit of Zulu and a bit of Kalanga and a bit of Sutu. Sutu is like Tswana.
Mm.
But I
Yeah,
mean, I've heard them being spoken, so I can.
Zulu something different
I
because
can
Zulu people are not what they. Uh, I'm gonna leave that alone. But yeah, Zulu is something different, and I wouldn't mind having a bill with you with the Zulu when we talk about the Zulu.
so what
All
do you
right.
do?
yeah, I
What
don't
did
think mine either.
Hey, Wild Savage, y'all two can hold it down real quick. I'm gonna switch up and jump on another device, man. Y'all boys go ahead, hold it down, man. It's a good bill. Go ahead, Wild Savage.
for sure, for sure. Uh, brother, I was gonna say, what have you heard anything about like the slave trade or like or tradition of like people getting took and sent to America?
No, orally, no. Uh, but most recently, like the past 2 years, I would say, I've started to notice that some people are being sent to the Cape. So I don't know if there was any slaves taken from the Cape to the West, you know.
From Cape.
And also from the most of the slaves we heard about growing up, like from school, they were saying they were taken from Delagoa Bay, which is in Mozambique, I think.
You said
So that's
again,
on the east
Delagoa.
coast. Delagoa Bay, yeah, I think it's Portuguese.
Okay. Oh, so your people, they got kidnapped from there and took to Portugal.
I mean, it's like a port. So yeah, if anybody got lost or far, you know.
But it wasn't no real like y'all
But
ain't got.
there's war. And, yeah, if people lost in a war, they might.
Do you have
I don't
some
know. It's just it's not a big
thing?
narrative, you know, slavery in this
Right,
part of the world. No.
right.
Yeah.
That's why I was just gonna ask. Like, do you have any notable names of slave captures, or you know what I'm saying, like people that sent that was selling slaves to other people, anything like that? But I feel you. It's just a story. It's a story here too. So I'm with you. I'm following you.
But I've seen, but this is in like Ghana now, where they show you the slave castles. But I'm far away from Ghana.
Yeah, it's like it's made up. You talking about like the door no return, all of that? It's not real. I mean, it's something.
Yeah, but people have been there. Mm.
Yeah, it's like a tourist attraction. You know what I'm saying? Like um, a place where people come in just to giving them a reason to come to that area, basically to spend money, to patronize with the area.
Looks real to me, bro. Looks real as the ground to me.
Well, the people over there only got that story in the last 100 years. Probably not even that long. I got a friend that's from people from Ghana and some people from Nigeria. You know what Maui is?
In Hawaii
Nah,
or
not that.
Malawi.
Malawi, the one in Africa, Malawi.
Actually, I was just thinking of that, you know,
I'm butchering
because
it,
I
but
don't know if you can get a map of Malawi and get a map of Mozambique and see if they look the same. Because I think one is on one side, the other is on the other side. I'm not
you said see if
good
that.
at geography. It's like is Pennsylvania. You know, Pennsylvania.
Your phone breaking up.
You know where Colorado is?
Oh yeah, I know what Colorado is. Yeah, I done been there a few times. Brother, you still up here? I can't hear you if you're talking. Or is that my stuff? Chat, can y'all hear me? Give me a one if y'all can hear me. Two if you have no clue. I don't see nobody. Yeah, come here. Thank y'all. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know where my African brother went. He was dropping them gems. Well, we see once again the only the American Indian is real focused on genealogy and has the records. From what I can see. No slave narrative coming to America, so that's another country in Africa that shoots a hole in the narrative. What's up, Enoch? Copper Goddess. So we got $1 Million Bad Guy. We got the what's this? Run. Truth. Milestone. What y'all people doing? How my people's doing out here? Swerving in traffic to OTK get back. Y'all gotta let me know what y'all feel about the bill, man. And what the African was saying. Oh shit! Watch out, man. What to say? Man, they were dead at him out. Right. Ain't that to say? Oh. Okay, all right. Man, appreciate you coming up here dropping them gems though, bro. And keeping it honest from your point of view. That was very helpful. Yeah. Them Africans claiming that Bantu, they gonna have to give, them Pan-Africans claiming them Bantus, they gonna have to give it up. All that American indoctrination and lies, we breaking them down one lie at a time. I don't know how many other people from over there across the water they need to hear say that the shit was made up, Doc. So once again, proving my point why a lot of these niggas ain't African. They really black Europeans. They black Europeans that was sleeping in the sleeping with the cows and the goats and shit. They was in a dark age, lost. And then, some player ass American Indians came over there. Niggas had on gold chains, gold teeth, feathers in their caps, you know what I'm saying? Feather head dresses, smoking that good ganja, you know what I'm saying? Wearing them, the newest Jordans of the time. You feel me?
Damn, what happened? The brother left off?
Yeah, his phone. He said his phone was dying. That nigga dropped so much gems and truth.
Word, I
Took
left.
power out the
God damn. He dropped some shit. Wild Savage, you on your Bluetooth? You on Bluetooth or something? Or you in the car riding or something?
Yeah, I'm in the car riding. You hear that wind in the background?
Yeah. And that's why I when I was talking, I see you, you know what I mean? Yeah. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Oh no, you good. I was just saying them Pan Africans and them haters gonna be, man. That damn study group, them new niggas, they always doing.
You stupid as hell, Wild Savage. Word.
Cause them niggas, y'all just now finding out we been on this. Go back and look 10 years ago. I been met that nigga. I knew about that trap.
Copper Drake, what's going on with you, Kimpo?
Peace to the panel. Peace to the chat. Peace, power, love, and abundance. How y'all doing?
Yeah,
my brothers.
Hey man. Hey, OTK. I gotta ask you, man. I see you. I had pulled up on Sarnetta about a week ago, and I seen you like the next day. I was like, oh shit, they OTK pulling up too. Like, and then I pulled up again on Elder Yara. It was just a quick, simple question or whatnot. And I seen you the next day. I wanted to ask you though.
I came in fucking with Sarnetta.
No. You've been on that. That's nothing new. That's nothing new. I got you.
I can show you shows with me being on Sarnetta like what 3 years ago.
Yeah, no, that's facts. That's facts. I'm not taking that away from you. Like, me personally, I only pulled up on the nigga twice. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I
I've
was
been watching,
talking about the
I've been watching him
Bible
for
though.
years, bro.
I wasn't talking about no African shit though. I was talking about the Bible.
Hey, no, that shit was funny though, man. I was like, hey, what made you say David wasn't a Jew though?
What made me say David wasn't a Jew? I didn't
Hey,
never say David was a Jew. I said so they say.
yeah,
I
you're
meant
right. You're right. You said it was
I meant in
questionable.
David's name. And he said, what? David was a Jew. It's not what is going on? So now let me ask you this. Was David chosen or not?
Shit. I don't know. I don't know.
All right. So one a prophet chose David to take over Saul's spot. They didn't choose Saul's son. They chose a son of a man who was so-called from the tribe of Judah, who had a child by somebody else who wasn't an Israelite that got shunned. And because of that, all of the kids was looked at fucked up. So they joined the military. David couldn't go fight because he wasn't an Israelite.
That's why you said it was questionable.
The book says it.
Yeah, no. I'm asking you. No, I don't know nothing about it. You know what I mean?
If we're gonna go off teachings, if we're gonna go off teachings. Oh, my bad. Draco, you got something that's on in the background.
Oh, so hold on, let me mute up.
So what I'm saying is, Draco, if we're gonna go off the teachings of the book say that David's father got shunned out because of who David's mother was. So if he got shunned out, what that means, you're not an Israelite. So if you are what your father are, then he would be considered an Israelite, and his daddy would have never got shunned out for having him. That's what makes the story so big. Or you would never heard about fucking David. It wasn't that he beat a giant. This giant had brothers. What about the rest of them? You don't hear that shit. He had brothers. So what makes the story so significant is that God put a blessing upon him. So this shows you that God was making covenants with non-Israelites per se. From what their teaching is, you are what your father are. So if your mama was Israelite, you're not an Israelite.
That's a fact. Hey, am I echoing?
Nah, you good now.
Okay. No. You're right. I don't really know the whole, Hebrew story. I didn't know that Abraham wasn't a Jew. You know what I'm saying? Like, but they give so much high praise to this nigga, so all that shit is confusing to me.
How can Abraham be a Jew when Abraham is the progenitor of the Jews? Judaism come out of Abraham. Or you logging on with something else, Copper? All right. I'm going to let this one in. I'm going to kick out that other one, Copper Draco. All right, bet. You back with us, Copper Draco? Mic check, 1, 2.
Yeah. Is that better?
Yeah, that's way better now. It was only when I was talking. Yeah, you good. So go ahead and repeat your question again about Abraham.
No, I ain't had no question. I was just saying that I just didn't know that the nigga was. I didn't know Abraham was Jewish. I mean, I didn't know that he wasn't Jewish. They give so much high praise to him, so it's just like it kind of confused me a little bit.
Yeah, Abraham wasn't a Jew. Abraham had Hinduism teaching in him, and he went inside Africa. So shit, inside Kemet. So shit, he had commission teaching too. Then he was in the Persian that area right there. So he had that teaching or whatever that they had over there.
Who would you say you had on that debate between him and Pastor Bennett?
Pastor Bennett won that. Because salvation is granted to everybody. Yeah, hey, shout out to Enemies Public. I was waiting for you to come in here. Shout out to Enemies Public, man, for that fucking backdrop. For this fucking backdrop that he made for me, man. And let me tell you how real my brother is. Before I even posted it, I said, yo, how much? He said, nah, brother, you good. You my dog. We good, family. The message came through. The message came through. Check this out, cuzzo. You know what I mean? Look at that. And I'm his little brother. He calling me cuzzo, man. Look, that shit hard as fuck, man. Shout out to Enemies Public, man, for that. I love this backdrop. For real.
Well, you talking about that picture on the screen?
Yeah, Enemies Public made this for me, brother Nashir.
Salute. That's dope.
Yeah. Yeah, Usepsu. Abram came out of early Chaldeans. You're correct. Remember now, his name didn't change to Abraham until he started following this certain God. But the thing about the Bible, we got to understand that it was multiple gods getting followed in the Bible. So until they start becoming up underneath one God, it ain't no Judaism. It ain't no Christianity. It ain't no goddamn Ishmaelite. It ain't no Israelite. It ain't none of that.
Damn.
Because people were still confused. People was not confused, but people in different places was so-called, I'm referring to the book. They was seeing different gods.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the Philistines in this David and Goliath story, the Philistines are of a tribe. All right. But they was, if I'm not mistaken, I think they was worshiping Baal at this time. And the so-called tribes of Judah, they was worshiping, you know what I mean, this God. They had prophet. See, on the other side of the Philistines, they didn't have prophets. You understand what I'm saying? That was coming to them and influencing their thoughts, or saying who should be sultan or who should be king. But on the Judaism side, which shit, Islam is Judaism too, but on the other side of that, you know what I mean, the Israelite side, they had prophets. Remember now, they supposed to have been done with after the last prophet. After the last prophet, it wasn't nobody else that was supposed to get anointed or no none of that. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm. Who was their last prophet?
Samuel? It was Samuel. I think Samuel, Isaiah. I think it was Samuel. Or maybe it might have been Isaiah. But I know Samuel was there with David. I think it's not. Hold on. Let me check real quick, man. God damn. I be doing so much fucking research, man. But let me see.
No, I feel that. And
the time of David.
I be hearing about the God, and you know, some people think that Jesus is God. And my question is, I say this on a couple platforms, but I'm like, what Jesus are you talking about? There's 4 different Jesuses in the Bible. You got Jesus Elimus, Jesus Justice, Jesus Barnabas, and Jesus Barabbas. So which one are we really talking about? I thought anytime you say Jesus, I just thought it was the same nigga. I ain't gonna lie to you. And come to find out, this nigga had a last name and they were all different people.
He didn't have no last name. They put that last name on him. Yeah, they put that last name on him.
I know that Bar, that Barnabas, that or Barabbas. That Bar means son of, and Rabbis is rabbi, so that means son of rabbi. So I you know, it's so many levels to this shit that I'm still trying to figure out, man. Savage, what's good with you, man?
Man, I can't call it. I can't call it. Man, you just dropped a bomb jumper right there. What's Jeebus y'all talking about?
Man, real talk, my nigga.
Yeah. So Samuel was the one who put David, he anointed David. He anointed Saul too. And then he anointed David. Saul was mad because it didn't came from his his lineage. So the Amalekites, you know what I mean? It's crazy, though. You got the Amalekites. Yeah. Man, hey, listen, we need to have a bill on that. And I'm gonna do a bill on that, but you know what I mean? Samuel was a seer. Like he would get messages from God or whatever. So goddamn Saul, he was just searching. Not Saul. Samuel, he was just searching for the next person to anoint king.
You said the Amalekites?
No, the Amalekites. Amalekites.
Amalekites.
Yeah,
Okay.
Amalekites too. Yeah, they were some of the warring people too at this time.
Okay.
So Samuel, this prophet went looking for the next king because he took his blessing. He said God came to him and told Saul, man, I'm taking my blessing from you because you stopped believing in God and you start going to different worshipers, different types of worship or whatever like that. You didn't hold fast. So this is how Saul became the insane king. All right, when they say he was going out of his mind, you know, when Samuel went to this house, he asked him, yo, where are all your kids, your sons? He brought all his sons out there. Samuel inspect all of them. He said, yo, you got another son? The dude said, yeah, but he's a bastard child. So he brings defame to our name like that. So he's caused us. So pretty much because he got this bastard child, their name is defamed or whatever. So Samuel said, man, bring him to me. So when he brought him to him, this was David. So the things that David did, you know, Samuel was like, oh, I'm going to restore your house back, man. And because of David. So David was also a poet and a singer. He played an instrument. And his mama learned him that.
Okay.
Remember the story goes when he was a child, a lion killed his mama. So he went back and killed that lion once he got older.
Right.
Let me stop, man. Let me stop with this shit. Man, I'm saying, let me start with this shit, man. So You know, that's why I like to talk about religion and stuff like that. I like to talk to man. I just don't like to get in no arguments about it. Like, God damn.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Go ahead, Wild Savage. You back? Go ahead, bro. Oh, Copper Draco.
How y'all disrespect my Jesus?
Now you know I rock with JC. Now stop it, Wild Savage. I've been one of the first motherfucking American Indians to come out and say, "Goddamn, yeah, I rock with JC." Boy, I used to have hell with Big Dog Philly and all them boys. I was like, "Shit, I'm born in that shit. I can't do nothing about that." No, I rock with JC. Jesus Christ is my nigga. He's the son of the original G.
Nigga, he the son of the real OG. Shout out my
You know what I'm talking about?
Hey, shout out to my internet boo, Sharice the realist. Hey, boo, I'll see you in the chat.
Hey, Sharice.
Here we go again.
Yeah, what you got going on, Copper Draco?
You said what?
What you got going on, man? How your day been going?
Man, I am great, man. Everything's great, man. I'm staying above water and moving accordingly. You know how that goes. And I was just laughing. I see OTK. That nigga, he had the mudra. He had the mudra going on when he was on side. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm surgical, man.
hey, that nigga Cap was trying to play him. Like, I'm like, oh man, calm down, Cap. No,
But listen though, I took that and I said, you know what? I ain't even gonna trip.
mm-hmm.
You feel me? I ain't even gonna trip. I said, you know what? I'm gonna fall back. But one thing about I play chess.
Yeah.
Just remember that. He gonna have to see me again. I'm surgical with this shit, bitch. How you want it? Closed casket?
Man, yeah, that was very interesting.
Word, cause I'm saying though, you see how I just explained about David to you? So David per se was not an Israelite.
Yeah, he wasn't trying to do none of that.
And we can go into deeper people, man. I just threw David out there just to see how he bite. But we could go into other people who God literally came and talked to, who made a covenant with, and they became Israelites.
So they became Israelites. Ooh.
So did you hear how I started off my conversation with him?
Yeah, I watched the whole thing. I seen it.
Is salvation granted through by covenants? He said, yeah.
Mm-hmm. He was rocking with you until he heard David.
All right. So once salvation is granted through by a covenant, anybody who makes a covenant with God is granted salvation, whether you Israelite or not. You bodied yourself with that. But everybody looking at it like, oh, this Captain Cesario.
Hey, my nigga, hey, salute to my nigga Nate. He ain't feeling that. He like, my nigga, what you talking about, my nigga?
All right, well, Nate, hit the link, Nate. Hit the link, Nate. Hey, that's one of my dead Israelite brothers now. Hey, Nate, hit the link then and tell me otherwise. Tell me
Nate, stand on business.
We heard Cap say it. We heard Cap say it. Cap said anybody who makes a covenant that leads to salvation. I asked him, did God make a covenant with the Israel? Did God make a covenant with people? First, I asked him, is covenant the way to salvation? He said, yeah. So did God make a covenant with multiple people? Yes. All right. So when I asked him, pretty much I was asking him, did God make covenant with non-Israelite? It went over his head when I said David. But it's all good though. It's all good. He didn't even understand where I was coming from because if you're gonna say Timothy is an Israelite, because Timothy started following the preachings of Paul, of Jesus, and his mama was an Israelite, supposedly, and his daddy wasn't, but he became an Israelite. So that means he made his covenant through God, through by Jesus Christ. So therefore, a non-Israelite can become an Israelite, because in your words, you are who your father is.
Okay, that's interesting. Would you say that's kind of? I mean, that's basically the same thing as
And
the
I'm a
whole
fucking wild
the
ass
whole,
Indian, dog.
the
Good
whole
word.
Jewish thing. Like when they say the Jewish means that you're like, you know, uh, what's the word I'm looking for? Like you're.
First of all, motherfucker gotta tell me who is the real Jew.
Oh,
All right. That's the first thing. Who would be the first people considering themselves as Jewish? And where did this come from?
well, what's the difference between a Jew and being Jewish? That means kind of, right?
Jewish sound like you doing something in a way.
Because you could become a Jew. That's why we got Whoopi Goldberg. You know, her last name is Goldberg. Like she went through the process of becoming a Jew. She's
So that
Jewish.
so that means anybody can become an Israelite.
Ooh, uh-oh.
You
Hey,
see
I'm gonna
how
stay out the
easy,
way, man. I'm gonna stay out the way, man.
you see how easy that is. You see how easy that is. But since I was on the toughest environment, I can say something simple and they take it as simple, but really it was complex. But don't worry, everything good.
Hey man, that nigga Nate said, "Give me a minute, man." He said, "Give me a minute, man."
Yeah, I want to know where he think I was wrong at. Shit, that's all. What he said, man, OTK, that's a lot. See, Nate like to fuck with me too. You know what I mean? Because damn, Nate, you know I like to add my little story in. But yeah, let's go, man. What is Judaism? That's what y'all have to find out. And they say Abraham is the progenitor of Judaism. That's his religion or whatever. So he would be the first progenitor of this new world that started life all over, that was believing in this new God. But then when we get into the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, we see that people already existed, but they were supposedly serving another God. And his nephew Lot was there. See, we can get into these stories. That's why I want another Bible thumper to come up. Don't get in your feelings. Don't get in your
Another Bible thumper.
You take the good with the fucking bad. You gotta be. I'm here to teach this shit the right way.
Hey, look, hey, OTK, Savage, man. Look, I'm gonna pull right back. I know you're gonna be on for a minute. I'm gonna go pick up my niece from school, man. I'm gonna tap right back in with y'all, my nigga. Stay up. Salute.
I bet, love.
So,
Yeah, Wild Savage. That question, that answer fucked him up just now, man. He thought Cap had got me that night. Them niggas thought Cap had got me. Cause I just fell back. I ain't say nothing. I said, you know what? This ain't no Wild Indian show. I'ma just fall back. I'ma chill. Let them get that little gotcha moment.
What happened?
They had a debate over there on Sonetta, Captain Cesariak and Pastor Bennett.
Uh-huh.
Is salvation for everybody, or is it just for the Israelites? Pastor Bennett says for everybody. Because even if it was for a certain group before time, Jesus made sure that it was for everybody. You feel me? So I agree with that. I agree with that. But if you look in the Old Testament, it backs it up. And that's what Pastor Bennett did. He went in the Old Testament before JC and show him that covenants was getting made, and their salvation was, I mean, let's be for real. Moses' wife was not Israelite. Remember, his sister started talking shit about it, and God put a curse on her to give her what they call it, albinoism or leprosy. Yeah, he gave her leprosy until he go in and pray for that to get lifted from it. I mean, come on, man. Let's be for real here. Abraham half sister Sarah, they had the same daddy. They made a kid, Ishmael. So the inbred is the glory of God, and Ishmael, who was the servant child, the firstborn, he's the outcast. Make that make sense, Wild Savage.
Don't even get me lying when it gets down into the narratives of the Bible. I ain't get into it like it. Like, I know where to go to find it, but as far as me knowing that shit, you on your own right there. I'm getting
Yeah,
out.
I mean, it only makes sense though that Ishmael was not incest and Isaac was incest, because you know what? Isaac had twins, and when he had twins, they came out different. And guess what? Well, guess what? Hold up. Jacob and Esau.
Don't give me
didn't no, I got you. No, I was reading the text message real quick. So what I'm saying is, during that through that Israelite bloodline between Jacob and Esau, Esau was given the birthright by Abraham. Isaac said, "No, you sure? No, Jacob is it." He said, "No, it's Esau." But remember, God supposedly came and said, "Yo, in your wombs is two nations, two great nations."
Yeah, I remember something.
So Jacob ended up stealing Esau's birthright.
Right.
He ended up wrestling with God or angel, or building with a God or angel, having a conversation, and he became Israel. This is your first Israelite. That's what I said. Jacob is your first Israelite, Nate. That's what I just said. And Isaac kids will be your first. I mean, Ishmael kids will be your first Ishmaelites. But they got the same fucking daddy. Different mamas, but the same daddy. So that's why they connected with Judaism, because Judaism splits into Israelites or Hebrews, and then it split on the other side with his older son Ishmael into Ishmaelites. So you got the Israelites and you got the Ishmaelites, which later became Christianity and Islam, or Catholicism and Islam. Tell me I'm wrong, Nate. Let's go.
Nate ready. He over at
Yeah, I know I'm ready too. Tell me I'm wrong, Nate. Come on, let's go, Nate. Let's have a good bill, Nate. I get you to come up one night, man, but then you ran. You ran from the dog, man. You know what I mean? Your boy well versed in the Bible. I might not act like it.
Not Nate
That's
Rain.
all, OTK. The covenant only goes one way. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Remember God. Remember when when Ishmael left and his mama got kicked out, his blessing was that he was going to be the father of many nations. So he got a blessing. The Israelites the one that got the curse. So how did they get their curse? Let's go back to them stealing the birthright. Don't you think that would be the progenitor of their curse? For one, Isaac was born out of envy. Sarah told Abraham, go ahead and have a child. I'm too old to have a child, but go ahead and have a child by the servant. Then once the child born, now you want to get mad. So an angel had to come to her and say, man, don't get mad, man. Just chill. You're going to get blessed with one. She even said, damn, I'm too old for that. He said, man, look, there ain't nothing impossible with God. With God. So that's how she had Isaac. So the mother didn't steal the birthright. Abraham told Isaac when he met both of the kids, his grandkids on his dying bed, he said, Esau has my blessing. Isaac even protested against that. Stop it. And they devised a plan. That's how Jacob tricked them. Remember, Esau was goddamn Esau was goddamn the hunter. The hunter. Hey, JJ7K, come up here real quick. Well, another one of my JJ ain't go bullshit with me with the Bible when we talking facts. Nate, the Israelite, come on up, man. You know what I'm talking about? My dog Power. He like the Bible too. I respect the book. Now, don't get me wrong. Now, I respect the book, but we just talking about these stories that's in the book.
Yeah, man. You know,
Yeah. Let's build on the stories that's in the book, man. Ain't no personal, none of that. If that motherfucker help you out, if these stories in that book help you out, dog, then I'm down for it. Shit, I help you stay in that motherfucker. I start sending you scriptures to help you out. Shit, you know what I mean? Wild Savage. That's only right.
Yeah, get you a daily Bible verse.
Word,
Notice
definitely.
land. This Bible is American. That's why I stick to the Bible on. Show me it in America. I don't want to think of the Bible and think over there. And I start about colonized.
In some ways, you know what I mean? I respect that. You know what I mean, Wild Savage, because we know when we go back and we look, we see when they was doing their thing or coming across here with that. We noticed that to get along, them boys started incorporating our spirituality system inside of theirs, and it became what it is today. That's why I agree with you. Like American religion is different than religion any other place. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
So that's why I can say I agree with you. I agree with you with that because it's incorporated with our spiritual system, if that makes sense.
Most definitely. Let me get
Okay. Chefs who said dishes for sure. Let me finish washing these dishes. Okay. 7K, man. Come on up, Jay. Goddamn, cuzzo.
Don't be scared of no Indians in Indian territory. We peaceful.
Man, I done convert JJ, man. JJ used to be a Hebrew Israelite 3 years ago, man. That nigga named Mandinka Molly down, man, and it ain't Molly from over there. It's Molly over here, man. That nigga Indian now, man. He's American. Hey, Wild Savage. I was on a conversion tour for damn near 2.5 years on People channels, bro. Going kicking that shit. I was converting people. Apostle. Yeah, he say he an Israelite, but that's by faith. But he is an American Indian. Word. Listen. I've been converting. Dulcinea, bro. My sister from Unscrambled My Nisha. She already know who she was, but she just didn't know like the research that she might know now. But she know who she is. But she also say it's a chance that she can have a mixture of that in her blood. I don't knock her. I don't knock nobody that say that. I'm not the one that say everybody is an American Indian. I'm not the one to do that shit. Hell no. Find yourself in the fucking story. All I'm saying is everybody don't got the same story. Niggas like to come out here and drop a story and say, oh, that shit stands for over here in this area because I'm from this. No, shut up, dude. Oh, slow down a little bit a second, real quick, little mama.
Correct.
It's a lot of shit out here, man. It's a lot of shit out here. We just getting started. And when you just getting started, and everybody can relate to it. Wild side. Wild side.
What we got?
Word. I'm just saying when these stories start coming out and the truth start coming out and people start gravitating to it. That's all I can say. And I say to me, it's just getting started.
Right.
You feel me? And it's already a transition happening, a change happening. I already see it. So if it's just getting started, that means it's a good damn start. Because boy, you got to go against that African shit that was taught to us, that was indoctrinated in us.
Right. I think it's also we just now, like you said, we kind of just now getting back where a lot of us are shaking off I just say bad habits. And
we more in a comfortable
trying
space
to figure out who you are. I
is.
think everybody's
And
really looking.
I think we more in a comfortable space of saying who we are
while we still here.
Right.
You know.
There you go. Go ahead, bro.
Oh shit.
Yeah, hey, Wild Savage, you can hear me? Mic check.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. The mic, you can't hear me, Wild Savage? Oh shit, this nigga going off. But yeah, I think we got.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me
Yeah,
now?
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
I pulled over in the cut, so I had to.
You can hear me, Wild Savage?
Get the internet back. Yeah, go ahead. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. I'm with you now. Okay.
Yeah. I was backing up what you were saying and shit, but then it seemed like we ended up talking at the same time. But I was like, yeah, I agree with what you were saying. Like, you know what I mean? But the thing about this is that it ain't per se a movement, it's a bloodline. You know what I mean? It's a bloodline thing. It's like we telling people to just find yourself in the story. That's it. Like your story not the same as mine.
And that's how we correct the narrative.
Yeah, shout out to Nisha, man. My sister Nisha. I've learned a lot over the course of a year. I appreciate you. Hey Nisha, without y'all, it wouldn't be no OTK because I stopped going on Sinetta and start rocking with y'all at Unscrambled Minds. Them boys used to curse me out, run me off the panel, all kind of stuff while I said. For real, you know, the next day they go and I'm right back there. Like ain't nothing never happened, you know? For real. So all I was telling them is, man, just do the research. What sparked me about my sister Nisha, and a lot of y'all need to check this out in the Georgia area. Her uncle is on the American Indian rolls. Her daddy is not. That right there started opening my mind frame and my aspect of thinking when she told me that. I was like, damn, well, why would they do that? I was like, sis, y'all got a family cemetery? She was like, damn, yeah, OTK. We are buried in a cemetery that's a gated cemetery. I said, well, damn, baby. Your family them might not have been the slaves, but they might have been the slave owners or whatever like that. And the slaves might have been your bloodline and your family. And you know what I mean? And instead of her shooting that shit down, she said, I'm gonna check into that. Because the thing about the cemetery hit her. Like, yo, ain't no slave gonna be buried in no gated cemetery. They of that bloodline. Do they got the same last name? Uh-oh. If they got the same last name, then oh, them bloodlines, that's your same bloodline. Ain't nobody been taking no slave on a name unless you been blood. And you probably started that fucking bloodline too. Word. Go ahead, Power Tank. What you think about that? OTK in a bad area. Yeah, man, but I'm gonna tell y'all straight up, dog. Our history run deep. And shout out to Big Dog Philly OG. Still in the goddamn chat, telling people to please like, share, and subscribe. That's all. That's all. Yeah. I do have a good memory. I definitely do. I remember me telling you that I was like, yo, sis, your people's ain't gonna be buried in no goddamn cemetery, no gated cemetery. Word. I said, your people have been more than what you think they was. So we gotta understand when you see a slave on the census, that doesn't mean a slave. Because we know the head of the household was the head of the household. Everybody else was slave. Now they call that dependents. Huh? When you do your W-2 and your tax forms, head of the household, who everybody else is. dependence. Okay.
Facts.
Okay. You know what I mean? We just need to stop playing with some things, man. Some things just don't need to be played with. We just need to just go do your due diligence, man. Just check. And I kept telling them, like, look, I ain't trying to tell y'all American Indian. I said, just go check and see if y'all find American Indian or if y'all find an African. When you tell somebody to go do that, 90% of them gonna come back and be like, dog, I ain't find no African. I found all people from here. Huh? Now, depending on what area you in, now you need to trace back to how far you can go back. And Wild Savage.
Yep.
One thing we got to understand, bro. If you only trace your lineage back so far and you run out of records, in that place where you run out of records, look at that date and see what's still going on in that area. Because 9 times out of 10, your people's some part of that American Indian chieftain that's in that goddamn area. So everybody ain't documented.
Right.
All right. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, nah, I'm with you on that. I know I
Right.
got a couple counties too that like the ones that's in 1700s and the 1600s. Like I know I got to go verify, but it's like I don't know how much hardcore records they gonna have, you know.
Mm-hmm. Unless they came from
Going
somewhere else, unless they came from the East Coast
right,
where the
right.
records were still getting kept at before they came over to that way. You understand what I'm saying? So that's another thing we got to understand. Records wasn't getting kept in other places because there wasn't no other states at one point. And when they started these so-called other states, them records wasn't getting kept of what the fuck was going on. All they do is document what the fuck they did in wars or treaties that they made. That's
Yeah,
all they document. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say yeah. I don't know what all records they kept, but I imagine that it's some records that you could tap in that's just not accessible unless you know what you're looking for.
Unless you know what you're looking for and your methodology of research got to be good. If you don't have a methodology of research when it come down to this shit here, you would be a lost fucking fool.
Or you can get turned and twisted easily. Like when I came down there to South Carolina, shit, I recorded it, but I helped the damn genealogy lady with my shit. Cause she didn't know. You know what I'm saying? And she was finna skip over some shit, and I'm like, nah, keep scrolling down. And then, you know, we seen his name, but it wasn't how he spelt it as he got older, you feel me? So it's like an abbreviation of his name.
I told somebody that shit the other day. I said, man, we got to understand these writings. We got to understand it wasn't us the one that was doing these writings. It was them. We gave them the name. They wrote it depending on who is writing. And from what my recollection is, during this same time, these people who was doing the writing, they was considered illiterate. I'll stop with that shit. I'll stop. Let me stop with that shit. But these motherfuckers here was doing eugenics tests on each other to find out who was in company with each other now. And at the same time, these motherfuckers joining the military and writing down census records. Come on, man. Make that make sense, man. Please, Wild Savage. Can you make that make sense?
Hell no, I can't.
I'm about to say I know my dog in and out. Word. That shit crazy as hell, man.
Yeah, I don't fall into the narrative.
Right. So now if you can't read or write per se, that's what they say. You couldn't read or write. So if you couldn't read or write, how was you able to document these things and write stuff that became history? Now I just I don't want no trans African no more talking about colored troops mean African, because I just showed you somebody that came from Africa or Afghanistan area who was up underneath the colored troops. And the dude who does the research on these colored troops said that they came from Asia, South America, all over. So now, how can colored mean African? Y'all boys dead out here. So you mean to tell me color can mean all these things here, but color can't also mean Indian? When they say that we had color when they met, when they saw us, make that make sense. Shout out to my South Carolinians, man, my Kakalakians, man. Nah, I mean, shout out to me, man, killing that fucking slave trade narrative. You know
Yeah,
what I
they
mean?
finna have
Awesome, bro. That harbor
trouble.
killing that narrative. Go ahead, bro.
I said they finna have real trouble trying to prove that African narrative.
Yeah,
That
I
that
mean,
little snake
it's
head is getting chopped. The body's getting chopped.
all right. So our numbers went from millions to hundreds of thousands to thousands now. You understand what I'm saying, man? It's like we think they're not watching, but they watching. You feel me? So
And I
go
think
ahead.
them 100,000 is a gift. No, I was saying I think them hundreds of thousands is a guess. They don't really know.
I'm gonna ask you like this right here, bro. If it was this just give this number 300,000. All right, let's just give them that. If 300,000 came through South Carolina in the 1800s, how was it 2.2 million at fault in the Civil War in 1865?
Yeah, I don't even think
There been
300.
some breeding motherfuckers, boy. Remember now, import started 1808. So it was 300,000 in 1808. So
They
even
came
if
in the
we
truck.
give, even if we give them the extra that they say it kept continuing on for these extra years, how did y'all get the 2.2 million that was fighting in the Civil War? Go,
Don't
Wild
get.
Side, what you think?
Nah, I don't see it happening. You know,
Not on no schooner ship.
Nah, ain't that much hunting going on neither.
Word.
Your bro asked what a red Indian is. Just a light skinned nigga.
With a red, that's it. An Indian is an Indian. Whether you call them red, red is a color. You're talking about a descriptive term of a color. See, Indian ties us to this land. We ain't taking ourselves back to nowhere else. We bringing ourselves to where the fuck we belong at and where we been at. Yeah, 380,000 came to North America. See, I know I ain't lying. Now they say it's closer to 92,000, supposedly. Dog, listen. In that case, then, my narrative, not my narrative, the shit that I brought out about the American Indian slave trade, I show you that more American Indians got taken out of the port of Charleston than Africans brought in. That killed this slave trade narrative. That right there offset the fucking numbers and fucked their whole narrative up. And then I showed people was coming from the Caribbeans doing this so-called transatlantic slave trade. So now tell us, where the fuck they from? Y'all saying they Africans just to sell them? Then I brought up the Pirates of the Caribbeans. How y'all bringing all these slaves through this motherfucker when these bitches raiding y'all ass? Let's go. Make it make sense. It ain't. And then now 388,000. All right, let's go with the 2.2 million that they got. It was 1 million Europeans. Now let's just say these Europeans was white. It was 1 million Europeans in West Africa during the height of this transatlantic slave trade. So we can't forget to put them in this number. That really offsets the number. You know what I mean? That really offset the number. So that American Indian slave trade threw everything off. I went in depth with it. I showed people where they went at, where they took them at. So now, we ain't just take them corn and potatoes. They took some of us over there for us to show them how to grow it. So when people say, yo, we help cultivate that motherfucker, or we help them become civilized, from what my research say, I agree. I agree with some of that shit, because without that potatoes and that corn, they would have died. Yeah, engine with the Emmitt Smith, with the black people having marriage before the 1400s. Right. See, we do all these things, man. Go ahead, Wild Savage.
No, I won't say I'll be back through here, OTK.
Okay, I bet.
Peace.
Yep. Man, I appreciate my dog Wild Savage for coming up, man. Ain't nobody else coming up, man. I'm gonna go ahead and do this real quick. I'll get people trying to come up. Let me let y'all know where y'all at, man.
A lot of y'all be talking about that shit. Me and my nigga be really cool, dog. Always keep it real, dog. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. ands or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. Every day of my life, man, I gotta stay hunting. That's just how it is when you coming where I'm from. Hey man, I rock my own clothes with my name on my shirt to let everybody know the L is the same and the B is for Blizzle. Yes, I make it snow, but just keep that on the Lizzo. My bloodline is filthy, most of us is criminals. The jack of all trades, but the master counting decimals. Sticky situation, so I keep my heat accessible. I'd rather your peeps than my peeps looking pitiful. It's crunch time. Hey man, I do this for y'all. Just in case you didn't know it, man, I die for my dogs. My only fear is counting too much money. The same cats that help me get it might try to take it from me. My deepest fear is goons pulling up beside me, ready to lick shots, pop, pop, and try to blind me. I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I came from a family where females were go-getters. Granddad was an alcoholic, grandma was a bootlegger. Hey man, that's where I got my hustle. Plus my Aunt Julia was never scared to bust ya. And Uncle Dan, he was a fool, he didn't care about too much. You smoke, you too. Taught us that drug dealers didn't last too long. That's why I put my all into each and every song. I see death around the corner. Lord knows, where will I be without Joanna? She helps me focus and keep my eyes on the prize. Man, your boy been hunted, man, I put that on my life. And I'm just trying to live right. I know goons that was killers that committed suicide. One thing's for certain, two things for sure. You can take my breath away, but I'll never sell my soul. And I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100.
My fault, y'all, man. I had to step off for a second. My apologies, total apologies. Damn. My fault, y'all. You know what I mean? This nigga SCED. What the fuck is that? Oh, play that I'm hustling, I'm grinding. All right, I got you, man. Here we go.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo.
Yeah. Full song coming soon. Full song coming soon. Also, what's going on, baby boy? Copper Draco, I can't lie. Is you scared? OTK got SCED and ran on us. Whatever that means. I don't know. Oh, scared? Is that what that means? He go to link. Here go the link. I give you to the time of this right here. And this will be anybody who coming against the info or something like that, or trying to say something like that. I'm gonna give you to the time that this right here. This is your introduction. Come on. Right. So I don't time nobody out. But you can hit the panel though. I guess they telling you to hit the panel, hit the link rather than being in the chat. That's Arrow Gang in the chat. They don't play too much. Also, what's going on with your kinfolk?
Hey, what's good? What's good with you?
Ain't nothing, man. Just a wild ass Indian shit. You already know.
Yeah, shit. Man, it's raining down toward this way. It's cool out here. Trying to stay warm, man. I think he just be like, slightly trolling when he talking about skin and shit like that. I don't think it's nothing to take so hard.
I don't take nothing to heart, but from now on, I want people to come against my information.
Right.
Don't question me because of something I say. I believe this and I think that. That's my belief. That's my opinion. I have the right to that. You also have the right to question that. You know what I mean? And we can have a conversation about that.
Right.
You know what I mean? So if you got a problem with what I believe, or if you got a problem with the information that I kick out, then let's go. I'm all for it. That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm not getting. I'm just,
Right. Nah, I hear you.
A lot of niggas talk shit about OTK.
Ooh, shit. Yeah.
But they don't they don't never come up to me against my info though.
Yeah.
They don't ever say what they don't like. You know what I'm talking about?
So,
let me redrop the link real quick. And let's go. Ain't no hard feelings. Like it ain't no hard feelings. Like ain't no argument or no none of that. I put that on my Jesus. Ain't no argument or none of that. But just don't come on here throwing your ideology. You know what I mean? Around.
Right. Who did that? I missed the bill. I just came in.
I'm just saying, anybody who come and do that.
Well, you say this is illegal, so.
P. Moses said, man, I appreciate you being you.
What was the bill, OTK?
Tonight, I just did a bill on remember I did the bill on on the Black Confederates.
Yeah.
So I did the bill on the Black Confederates. So remember, the whole story was that the North was trying to free the South from slavery.
Right.
So if you got Black Confederates, that right there kind of kills that narrative that they was fighting for slavery, correct?
Right.
Unless we will have to find out who was enslaved that they was fighting for.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Right.
So I did the bill on that the other day. So today I brought 2 stories where the North that was brought in from Africa them way to come and fight. One came to fight in the Confederacy. One was free. Oh, he came with his servant master or whatever, his enslaver. But he was able to work and get money and buy land.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right. So the first person that I brought up, he was born in Persia, but he was raised in Afghanistan. And when he came over here, people said, oh, he had long hair.
Yeah.
He looked like an American Indian.
Okay. Okay. Bear Grease type shit.
So now this is how they start getting the name Indian and start claiming shit.
Right. Right. Right.
Now, with this being in play, they can use the Constitution in their way. So now, if you have a group of people who's coming to fight against the South that's not from America, who are now known as American Muslims, they can get citizenship after fighting. They get granted shit, lands, pension. But he started off as an American Indian once he come across here. And guess what, bro?
What's it?
They didn't find them in the colored troops. They found them in the white troops.
Damn. Damn. It just get weirder and weirder, man, as you go back. Go along.
Right.
Right.
So the dude who was the historian on the Civil War shit in that area, he said that South Americans, Asians, and he mentioned somebody else too, but it wasn't Africans that was classified up underneath the colored regiment.
Yeah.
Remember now, the Trans-African story is that everybody that's colored is of African descent. Then my dog showed a document of a colored troop who's from China.
Oh, man.
That came to fought inside the Civil War for the North.
Man.
Word.
That's a big old Junior, man.
Yeah.
So who
Who
was
is
going against that?
who is this dude
Who? I can't hold on.
in the chat?
Man, I don't know it, man. He just be talking about people be scared. Oh no, bro.
That might be YK.
I don't think that. I think he from the South. He talking about scared. You know how we say it. You know.
You know, you got a bunch of icons.
Yeah, he got a bunch. Yeah, he got a bunch of little channels and shit. I don't know who that is, man. Peace to him, though. Shit, they gonna stay in the chat. Like, I ain't gonna get the link. Man.
Word. After I done dropped the link.
Yeah. You know.
Cause right now I'm in battle mode.
Right, right. Uh,
Anytime I come on live on my channel, I'm in battle mode. And I welcome any challenge. Not no challenge. I welcome any conversation.
yeah.
Let's just have a conversation.
You have combo. Yeah. There's a lot of people, you know, a lot of people scared to, you know, talk, man. You know what I'm saying? Voice their opinion, let their voice be heard, whatever, whatnot.
Because a lot of their talking points is belief.
Yeah.
And they're not saying I believe. They
Talking in
speak.
absolutes.
Yeah, they talking in app. Huh? You know your boy started telling them niggas stop.
Hey, you know, I already know.
You know your dog the one who tell them niggas stop speaking in absolutes like that, man.
You know what I'm saying? You know this is. I know.
Word. Word. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Man, dog. You know, I came up here to say, you know, I'm finna be away from the community for a little while, man. You know what I'm saying? Just, I gotta go sit down for a little bit, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Huh?
Yeah. I mean, it's just a little bit, but yeah, I gotta go sit down.
Whoa, hold on. When it is you scared? Let me land my plane. Boy, that sound like motherfucking root word.
Yeah. Let me land my plane.
You rude.
They say, let me land my plane, man.
If that's root words, man, I ain't blocked you, man. If you did, I need to unblock you, man, because we supposed to be doing some shit on the fucking rivers, man. Mm-hmm.
What do you have you say? What question do you want to answer?
Yo, Chopelioso.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, you ain't, you know what I mean? It ain't that bad, motherfucker.
I know. I comprehend what you're saying. That you know what I'm saying, but
Yeah.
that
Unfortunate circumstance. Yeah, man, I know it, bro. You know what I'm saying? But it ain't, I ain't. it ain't, you know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing. It ain't nothing. Should be nothing too major because I really ain't did nothing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they want me. So gotta go.
See, nah, you talk over me, okay? Let me land my plane. Yeah, that's my dog, Rudy. Hey, Rudy, get the fucking link, Rudy.
Hey,
That's my
you know,
dog, Rudy, man. Damn. We done went through our fucking wars, man. We through, man. We done earned respect. We done earned respect from each other, man. No, I mean, we different, bro. We done earned respect from each other, man. You welcome, bro. I definitely want to do a bill on them rivers. For real.
yeah.
What question? What question you want me to answer?
I was asking what question, man.
Am I scared?
Scared of what?
Hold up. SCED.
Scared.
That ain't scared.
Yeah, it be scared. Like you scared?
I don't even know what SCED means.
He just said he write it how we pronounce it.
Yeah, that means where I'm from, that's South Carolina Educational Department. Yes, I am part of that, trying to help this curriculum get changed. And trying to bring trade back in the schools. Yes, so I help vote for the school board and all that shit there. Nah, I don't know what SCED is, man. Short bus shawty? I'm a short bus shawty. SCED. SCED means you what?
Oh,
Is that a fox? I'm just saying. Is that a fox? Nah, root words. Long as you ain't scared. Long as you don't overtalk me. I wouldn't overtalk you. You ask me a question, give me a chance to answer it. I ask you a question, and I'm gonna give you a chance to answer it. Let's go. You said it, damn, my nigga. Yeah, that's how I know this root words.
Yeah.
Damn, my nigga.
Oh, you doing very well.
Damn, my nigga.
Oh, shit.
That's River God, man. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
River God. Oh, shit. Nah, I ain't scared. What's up? Let's go. Link in the chat, Rudy. I got like 30 minutes before I close out. You know what I mean? Work come early in the morning.
Yeah, man. What time? 5?
Hell no, I ain't leaving from this bitch till about 7. I
So,
drop my daughter off to school, then I leave. My daughter and my son, I drop them both off by 7:30, then I go.
yeah.
Yeah, man, but goddamn, also,
yeah.
when was this transpiring? This week?
Man, I just found out today, man. What?
You got what, like
Damn.
like a week before you decide to do that?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Your shahada?
Try to yeah, try to get a little, stack something up, shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's just really some dry shit, man.
Yeah,
I ain't,
before you take your shahada.
yeah. You know what I'm saying? Miss one day. Like what the yeah. I ain't know. Shit. Oh, that is what it is.
Damn.
Yeah, man. I don't know. That's some other shit. See, they knew.
Sure it's gonna be this week or no? No?
Shit, probably next week.
Next week? Okay.
Yeah, next week.
All right. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
next week. Yeah,
Yeah, I'll be done. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, hit me tomorrow. Hit me tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I hit you.
Yeah.
It just hit me like I'm like, hey, all the stuff, going on and getting close to Mother's Day is. Y'all ruthless. See, they knew though, you know what I'm saying? Like they knew, so they try to throw the weight around a bit.
Yeah, that's the only thing I hate about the shift in power.
Yeah.
In the system, you are in something that you already done been doing, and
Right.
yeah. Shout out to T Mosley out there, man. He telling y'all, yo, my name is open to knowledge, man. I'm open, man. Come on, man. Don't be, come ask your questions. I'm inviting you. Word.
I don't really even see who have contention with that, if you got source with it, you know what I mean? I mean,
Anybody got in contention with any of my fucking info? What the fuck?
Right. Any of it,
Any of it.
But it's like if we showing Pan Africa something, and we gonna be able to back it up. Why would you, go against it or continue?
Because it ain't part of their narrative.
Yeah, indoctrination.
Yeah, pretty much. Indoctrination, misogynation.
Yeah.
Man, you know what I mean? When people hear shit new and it's different than what they used to, it's hard to grasp.
Right. Yeah. Right.
You know what I'm talking about? So we dealing with
Yeah.
years and levels of indoctrination.
Right. Right.
I don't expect people to get it overnight. That's why you don't force it. You just bring the information and let them find out themselves.
Right.
Everybody don't learn the same. Everybody don't quick as other people.
Right.
We gotta respect that. One thing I don't like is people when they try to force their beliefs on other people.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? Rather than saying, look, I stumbled across this, I found this research, and I've heard this. Have any of y'all heard this? And what do y'all think about this? And this is what you call peer review.
Right.
People like to speak in absolute because they want to be the first to bring this out. Or they want, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Everybody want to be the first, and nobody want to be last. You know.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey yo, hey, is you socially, community efficient, deficient?
You see what he just said?
Yeah,
Hey,
scared of jail. No,
brother, brother.
I done gave my debt to society, bro.
Yeah.
Did that. Ain't nobody scared of that shit.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, man. Do you know about? Is you scared? Do you know about me, bro? You know, you ever heard about me, my story? I don't think you have. You know, you wouldn't have typed it if you know.
Is you sacred stupid? Talk about you the last Don. You gotta admit that shit's scared. Nah, I ain't the last Don. Nah.
I can't think what he said. He say don't make no, so what the?
Don't Bellioso mean run and tell it?
You never told him nobody home, boy. Yeah, I don't think you know too much about me. You just scared. I'm on YouTube, but you know, I ain't just a YouTube personality, brother. Real person, boy. You know, a real life person. I ain't just don't know, you know.
That motherfucking root stupid, man.
Yeah, I hope it's rude. I don't think that's. I don't know. I don't know, man.
I think
Might
that's
be.
rude, man. Just some of the vocabulary.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. When you know when you trying to trace down a corporate, you look for key things that corporate will say.
Right. But some, you know, it's like a what they called it a copycat sniper. You know what I'm saying? How it might be somebody that done got somebody down so well, they talking like them. They got you thinking it's them. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Could be. I got that. I got that from my boy. He died. He freestyling against Joe Budden. Sean Price.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I say speed dialing copycat sniper. I said, ooh, this boy dropped.
He just gave up. This motherfucker. I ain't gonna say this nigga, but this not nigga in a bad way. Never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. This this person said that bail means for somebody who's scared of jail. And
Oh Lord.
my nigga, that's definitely my dog root.
he talking like Rude, ain't he?
I looked it up. Bail is somebody for SEED jail, my nigga. Somebody who's scared
Yeah,
of that
yeah.
shit, my nigga. I just want
People
you to
love.
hold up. Let me land my plane real quick.
Hold on.
Let me make this clear.
Give me 30
Also
seconds. Bro.
means
30 seconds.
also means to tell something. Snitching. I'm just saying though.
Yeah.
Word. So now I need you niggas to make it clear on what it means. I'm saying I just broke it down to you. Y'all
I'm asking
can't
one
get
more
around
time.
that. Yeah, y'all can't get around that.
Ask you one more time, at power. Fuck you, at power. And then you know, nigga Ruby. That nigga Ruby, what? Fuck you, smoke cigarette. Right now, nigga, I ain't even did that shit. That nigga trying to troll, boy.
Oh.
This nigga.
Yeah, right. You will say more, my nigga. Yeah, right. This nigga don't give a shit, boy. Oh shit. This nigga's a wild Moor, man.
Wow. I'm fucking Rude crazy, man,
I'm
boy.
fucking rude too, man.
Yeah.
Hey, I told that nigga before our first debate, after all the back and forth, I said, boy, we like Batman and Joker. And
Yeah.
the crazy shit is Joker tell Batman, go ahead, kill me. If you kill
Yeah.
me, you will no longer exist.
Yeah.
And Batman tell Joker, kill me, bitch. You will no longer exist. Nobody will be scared of you no more.
Yeah.
Word.
Damn, man.
Yeah, I know them boys like to call him Harvey Two-Faced Dent, but
Yeah, Harvey did.
yeah, Harvey Dent was created by Joker, though.
Oh, for real?
Yeah,
Boy, Two-Face.
yeah, Joker made Harvey Dent.
I ain't know that.
He pushed that narrative. Remember, Harvey Dent was a DA.
You're right, right. Whole ass DA, yeah.
Right. But after his girl get killed, that fucker flip out.
Yeah, he flipped that.
Flip the coin.
Yeah. That used to be one of my favorite. Yeah, he flipping that coin. Yeah, that used to be one of my favorite villains out back there. Goddamn Two-Face, goddamn.
Words. You got two people to admit that we knew who you was. Not that we scared. I'm telling you to come up. Countdown. Countdown. Coming, man.
Salute Pete Moses.
Yeah, man. Salute the people. And also, he ain't coming up, man. You want to go ahead and close out, man? I'm going to end this at 1:30, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
You scared, my nigga. All right, I catch you somewhere else, Root.
Yeah, be over there on smoke powder going crazy and shit, nigga. Flipping out on here. What the fuck, smoke nigga? Like, you know. That is crazy. Cut your camera off.
Add power.
Hey,
Now
without power.
add power. Just the way you want. Nigga, you funny, man.
right.
Yeah, y'all.
No,
Smoke Signal Live now, y'all. You know what I'm talking about. You already know. Word.
Look, man. Peace of love, man. Big Indian love, big Indian thing. It ain't big Indian gang, don't bang, man.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Man, with that being said, man, peace and love to you also. I talk after this.
All right.
All right. Hey, man, peace and love to everybody, man, in the chat showing up. If y'all got root words, Black Wild Indian, not reclassified, block, y'all unblock it, man. You know what I mean? I'm Batman, man. I'm part of the fucking Super Friends. That nigga is Joker, man. I you know what I mean? We need a bad guy like that. You know? When I go over there, I'm the fucking Joker. And they like Batman. See how that work? They need me too. You need a bad guy like me. You know what I'm talking about? Good word. And shout out to Enemies Public, man, for the backdrop. Damn. This shit serious, man. I like this shit. This shit hard. Shit hard for real, man. But yeah, dog, in case y'all don't know, man, in case ain't nobody told y'all that they love y'all, just know OTK love y'all, man. Until the next time, peace.